2025 to order at 4:30 p.m. Could I have a roll call, please?
Devin Conley,
Anna Reed,
Lisa Henry.
Charles DeFazio.
Bill Lambert. All trustees are present. Anyone have any comments on the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve it as presented.
Okay, before we vote on it, does any member of the public have any comments on the agenda?
Yes, we have a comment from,
That's on the closed session agenda. Do I have a second on the motion?
second.
Okay. Moved by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Reed. We have a motion to approve the agenda. All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. I'd like to move on to item 2. We have this is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. We have one in-person speaker. Welcome to start.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm logging in this time as Anonymous 1 because just to remind people that you don't have to state your name to come and give comments before a public body in the state of California. This is on negotiations, closed session item A3, the price in terms of payment related to ground lease. This item has been on the closed session agenda, I think, for at least 2 years. It seems that we do not have legal right to the ground underneath that. Somebody was saying she thought the number now was $80 million apartment building that we constructed or had constructed. I hope you can, there's going to be an announcement afterwards that this negotiation is completed and you signed off on the final agreement. Because if you don't own the land or don't have legal control of the land under that building, I don't know how you're going to get an occupancy permit and get anybody in there in March. So the time is way past when this should have been nailed down and the agreement signed. And if the people that we're dealing with wanted to get some more money out of it, get some more profit, then it would have been a negotiation. But without a signed agreement, I don't think you're going to be able to move any teachers in there. So Rebecca Westover, the Chief Business Officer, and your attorney, I hope you guys can disclose in open session what the current status of this is. And then you can go back into closed session as the Brown Act allows you to give your negotiating instructions. But the Brown Act doesn't say you have to do this in closed session. It does not say that. And some people who have been on this board of trustees, for instance, for 20 years think that the Brown Act limits you, that you have to do all of this in closed session. You can have some of the discussion and some of what has gone on up to this point done in open session so the community can understand what's going on with this $80 million investment that the community has made, and that you don't keep things secret from us. You may get different information from your intern superintendent, but he was pummeled at his previous job in Palo Alto for keeping things secret, in that case from the board. But I don't want you guys to keep things like this secret from what happened to this negotiation, why they're so stalled. What you're going to do forward, you can keep that secret, but let us know why it was stalled. Thank you.
Thank you. I see nobody else with comments in person. Is there anyone online who would like to make a comment on the closed session? I don't see anyone. And so we will adjourn the meeting at 4:35 for a closed session. report that no action was taken during closed session. However, I'd like to let the public know that the documents we discussed during closed session will be posted on the agenda for the January 23rd meeting, and they will be available online tomorrow. And with that, we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Okay, the next item, number 5, we have the school showcase by Crittenden Middle School.
Can you hear me now? All right. Oh, you did? Okay, great. So the focus of our presentation will also be our focus theme of the year, which is build on the momentum. And we chose this theme for the year because it recognizes the successes and the wins that we had last year that we're carrying forward through to this year. And also acknowledges all of the work we're doing in our growth areas. So it's our continuous move forward. And within that idea of build on the momentum, we have our values of collaboration, celebration, and inspiration. At Crittenden, all of our stakeholders have a whole student focus. And I think that will also come through. We're going to show you a video, and the video is about everything that makes us Panther strong, both in terms of academics and school climate. And in the spirit of collaboration, I also wanted to give a huge shout out to some of the teachers that helped create this video. The teachers and their students, our media arts teacher, Charlie Fetterman, our web teacher, Glenda Vargas, and our Spanish teacher, Sarah Peterson, all played a big part. And I'm now going to turn the mic over to Steve so he can tell you a little bit more about the video, and then we're gonna get right to the video. So Steve.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Julie and I are just so proud to be part of the Crittenden school community. And we are truly building on the momentum, both academically and socially. The idea behind this school showcase is to really give you a sense of our community and really try to immerse you in that culture. You're going to hear from students, staff, teachers, and maybe even a visit from our mascot, Pete the Panther. But our hope is that through their voices and images, you'll truly understand why Crittenden is an amazing, amazing school. So enjoy.
Good evening and welcome to the Crittenden Evening News. I'm Liliana Montes.
And I'm Kasha Sharma. Tonight's edition will focus on how at Crittenden we are building on the momentum of our successes from last year and working to continue to improve what we do.
That's right, Kashish. Now let's start with instruction. Our teachers collaborate regularly to build on our skills and prepare us for high school. Jamie Witzel is live right now with me to learn more about ELA and math. Jamie?
Thank you, Liliana. It is my honor tonight to interview two of Crittenden's star teachers, Mr. James Quinn of the ELA department and Miss Elizabeth Logan of the math department. They have been my teachers in the past, and I think they are awesome. Say hi, Mr. Quinn.
Hi, wow, that's quite a compliment. It's great to be here.
Let's start with ELA, Mr. Quinn. We know that teachers collaborate on Thursdays. What does this look like for the ELA department?
That's a great question. So we collaborate every week. We either collaborate before school on Thursdays, where we have time to put our heads together to plan, as well as with our ELA grade level teams, where we meet during our prep periods to make sure that we have the best for you students.
Follow-up question, Mr. Quinn. How do the ELA teachers prepare students for high school?
For high school, we keep content rigorous so that we're challenging our students at their diverse learning needs. We want to make sure that our students are staying competitive both in school and outside of school with building up their reading stamina because they're going to be reading a lot more in high school. For writing, we're having students doing a variety of different writing assignments such as CERs, essays, shorter responses, and we want to really just keep our students building on the momentum, challenging themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I'm here with Ms. Mogan, my 7th grade math teacher from last year. And I have a few questions for you, Ms. Mogan. Tell us more about what collaboration is like for the math department.
Collaboration is in many different forms. There are 9 different math levels at Crittenden.
Oh, really?
So when we meet as a department, we talk about what's going on in each class, what works in classes, what doesn't work for classes. We've been trying new strategies to help kids learn. We trade games, we trade all sorts of information and strategies to help, and we make sure everybody's in the right placement and everybody's improving.
That's very interesting. How do the math teachers teach students to collaborate during class?
Well, you've been in my class, so
Yeah.
you know you guys get random groups almost every day, and then you have to work as a group to figure out whatever the problem or problems I gave you for that day. So you guys do a lot of collaboration in my math class.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn and Ms. Mogan. Crittenden's teacher collaboration definitely focuses on the whole student.
Thank you, Jamie. Crittenden started the Level Up campaign last year to motivate students to both understand the iReady exam and to strive to do their best. We set goals for math and ELA and made a plan to achieve those goals. There were even incentives for the classes that showed the most growth.
This year we build on the campaign to include stretch growth. Any growth that we show once we meet our annual typical growth is stretch growth. We learned that we can set goals to achieve both annual typical growth and stretch growth. Teachers taught us about stretch growth because if we can see it, we can be it. Now that we know about stretch growth, we can set our goals even higher.
We also made action plans to reach our goals. This helped us connect the work we do in our classes to the work we do on the iReady exam. I reached my goal last time. To reach my goal for the iReady Diagnostic 3, I made an action plan. I will make sure I get lots of rest the day before and stay focused during the exam.
Those are great ideas. I also reached my goal last time, and my action plan is to learn from my previous tests and try my best. But enough about tests. Now let's join Pete the Panther and friends to learn more about campus life.
Hello, you're looking at the Mountain View Lisbon School District Crittenden Middle School Salad Bar. We have approximately 11 different options every day. Fresh fruits and vegetables. Our fruits and vegetables are sourced locally, and at least 40% are organic.
Thank you, Pete and Jamie. And now we're here with creating counselor Carolyn Chang. Miss Chang, can you tell us what inspired you to start the Panther Pods?
I wanted to create an alternative lunch space for students. This is where students can reset, relax, and recharge for the day.
Kids really like the Panther Pods. Thank you for your creativity. And when students are not in the Panther Pods, they find fun and creative ways to enjoy their time outside.
Oh no, Pete, we're late for class.
Prof is going to give us a tardy. Lo siento, profe.
And they'll never be late again.
Thank you, Team Panther, for sharing all of the great work we are doing here to make Crittenden a place where we can thrive.
I feel so inspired.
That's right, Liliana. Let's close out with some musical inspiration from Crittenden's own choir.
Good evening and go Panthers!
Run to me, confess your love, at least just let me say that I have to be you. What's so unrequited, terrifying love is hiding a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, oh, you feel what there is you and come to my heart. And I sound like God, but don't you feel it to confess I love you from the start? Confess I love you, just thinking of you. I know I loved you from the start. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vivian Cohn, and I am the choir and band director at Crittenden Middle School. It is my pleasure to introduce the Pink Panther Chorus, which is one of the wonderful choir groups at Crittenden Middle School, comprised with talented young musicians of grade 6, 7, and 8. The sound that they just performed is called From the Start. This year, our school is putting on the school musical, which happens to be Willy Wonka. To give you a little taste of what's coming, we will now be performing a choral arrangement of Pure Imagination, which is one of the songs from our school musical. This song reminds us that it is important to remember there is no limits to our own imagination. I hope you enjoy their performance. Thank you. And you'll be in a world of imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination.
Simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world? There's nothing to it.
Great job, Pink Panther Choir. So thank you once again for the opportunity to come and share the work that we're doing at Crittenden. We do invite everyone, if you are inspired by this beautiful singing, to please join us for the musical Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It's the weekend of March 28th. We would love to see you there. And with that, we will say good evening and thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Great, thank you very much.
Trustee Lambert, is it okay if I just say thank you? Thank you all. We really appreciate that. Was a wonderful presentation. It was a delight. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, President Lambert. I'm sorry you got interrupted. I just wanted to thank them before they left. That was all.
Next item on the agenda, item 6, is the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be approved in one motion. If discussion is required, items may be removed for separate consideration. Just before, I just want to say that I received a revised personnel report. The revised personnel report will be posted online.
Okay, this is about the agenda. Yeah, so staff would like to move item E, which is approval of selected bylaws, from the consent agenda to a new item I under action, discussion, and presentation.
I duly noted. Thank you.
So we'd like to move that. So do you want to, I think you need to, well, how do we do this? You tell me what you want to do.
I'm happy to make a motion to, after public comment, I can make a motion to approve the consent agenda, pulling item E to become item I later in the agenda.
Oh, I was same thing.
Your second?
I can second. I second.
Would any other trustee like to pull any other items? Okay, I'd like to take comments from the public. Mr. White? It's the face. There you go. You have it.
Yes, I'm on. Okay, and the first policy to be adopted under the letter E, their selected board policies, is one that apparently has not been read. That's a new non-discrimination policy. It includes a great deal of verbiage from 89 Federal Register 33474, which is the final rule issued by the Department of Education under the Biden administration that went into force August 1st. That was vacated in its entirety January 9th by Judge Danny C. Reeves. Nationally, it's out. I suggest that you hold the non-discrimination policy until you have deleted the vacated material, which suggests that you do grievance procedures in a very constrained way, disadvantageous to the accused, and elevate gender above sex, which completely turns Title IX upside down.
So, in case you don't want to stay all night, that's what we're going to do. We're going to ask the board to do later on tonight.
That's what I'm asking you to do, is to hold
Yes.
at least the non-discrimination policy. And of course, any others that you haven't read.
Yeah. Well, so I think we're going to pull this one for exactly the reason that you said. So you don't need to stay. That you can go home a happy man.
I don't see any comments on any
We have
public
one more.
speakers online.
We have Mr. Nelson wants to speak now.
Yes, I'm former trustee Stephen Nelson, and I think I will talk on this where it got moved. Just to remind the staff, if you want to move things around in the agenda, you should bring it up in the very beginning when the agenda is adopted.
We're doing.
Thank you. And it's about paying for candidate statements. I think I sent something to all the board on that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other speakers in the audience, and I don't see any speakers online. So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda without item E, and item E being moved to the last item on tonight's agenda. I have a second by trustee Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved unanimously. Okay, I'll move next to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items.
I don't see a card from you, Mr. Nelson.
Messed up.
Yeah,
I'll give you one.
Please submit a card after you speak. You may begin now.
Thank you. Yeah, this chart I brought up is what I call the antelope chart. The Hawi and antelope chart. Hawi. As in Asian, Hispanic, and white. This particular one represents the ELA performance at the end of the year, not this last one, but the one before. And what it represents, the height of them represents what percent of meeting standard each of these groups were. This is about a little bit over 80% of all the enrollment, because it doesn't include, different islanders and two or more or declined to state. but it's the three largest groups we have, the racial groups. You can see there's a giant gap in the middle. And that sometimes is referred to as the academic achievement gap. There's a physical manifestation of that gap that it looks like when you make these charts into cardboard. And I'm going to have one for the next thing that we come up to when we come up to the D2 examples, because D2s are formative assessment versions of this standardized test. The D2, the iReady test, or trying to match what the California Common Core are going to show at the end of the year. And so one of the things I'll show that I didn't do in this one, I notice, is sometimes the staff keeps on talking about, well, this group went up 1% and this group went down 2%. And it's not very informative if you're trying to tell a story of the data. One of the things that this one doesn't do is what is the ratio of achievement between the different groups. I can tell you that looks like it's about at least a factor of 3 difference between Hispanics and Asian groups and Hispanics in the white group. And in this particular chart, it's a little bit more sophisticated than you normally see. The width of the bar represents what percentage in our district that group makes. So you can see the Hispanic group is wider. Okay, there's more kids that are involved in that group than either of the Asian or the white groups. And in fact, it's close to being the same as the Asian and the white groups combined. So make sure you ask your staff to use good data structures to show what the results are, and that they don't always do things that makes it look good and doesn't give you information. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers in the audience. We'll take online speakers next. First, we have Miss Liu. Miss Liu, you can begin now. No? We'll take the next speaker. I have a private line.
Hi, it's Nancy. I'm a mom of a middle school student at Graham. And I just want to share a little history for the new board members with regard to Measure T. So in January 2018, a middle school schedule task force report was presented to the board. As part of their study, over 1,300 of our middle school students answered a survey that asked, what are some elective opportunities you think would be important for us to offer in our middle schools? The top answer for our students was home economics, cooking, baking. The subsequent 2019 Master Facilities Plan includes $4.5 million to modernize buildings for industrial arts, reed woodshop, and home economics kitchens. Then, in 2020, the plain language for the Measure T bond mentions providing safe/modern classrooms and art/science labs at neighborhood schools. In May 2024, classroom modernization at Graham was listed as a Priority 2 Measure T project with a $6 million estimate. At that time, and without an explanation that I can understand, the classroom modernization was taken off the Measure T priority list, and suddenly there was leftover budget available for greening, an initiative which isn't even in the plain language of the Measure T bond. On September 19th, 2024, Dr. Westover presented a greening plan that included a construction budget of $10.8 million. My question to you, board, is what about the promise to voters to modernize classrooms? Well, I think greening's nice. What is greening doing to really help the education of our kids? I'm asking you again to focus on what should be the top priority, education. I'm asking you to fulfill your Measure T promise to the voters to modernize classrooms, especially with regard to arts and science labs. Please prioritize education over this greening project. Here are some key stats for Measure T as provided by the bond sellers in August 2024. This is an annual tax rate of $25.70 per $100,000 in property valuation. We will be paying for this through the year of 2045. The total cost of Measure T will be $398 million. That's nearly $40 million per school that we have committed to pay for Measure T. A good portion of this money has been spent. What do we have to show for it? At Graham, we still have leaky roofs. We have a theater with rigging that hasn't been inspected in years, and perhaps dangerous lighting at night. Graham has no home ec or woodshop offering or lab space. And here we are, the board has taken this priority classroom modernization off of the list. And what has greening really planned, what is greening really planning on doing for the education of our kids? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Ms. Liu. Are you available?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Just want to call and comment on the wonderful things that Principal Benavides and his admin team have done at Graham. Recently, they started a homework hub, and it's been really wonderful and really, really helpful to my students, and I'm sure many other students as well. So I just want to call and, just want to recognize their hard work and their wonderful effort on turning Graham around this year. Also, like if you I don't know if you've seen one of the newsletter, like they have plans for rainy days. Like every station, there's like multiple stations throughout the campus, so then students have places to go to. And like for instance, I just learned yesterday from the site council meeting that the recent great shakeout earthquake drill in October, they have completed it in record time faster than all of Graham history. So I'm just very impressed and very thankful for the admin at Graham and all the teachers and our wonderful staff at Graham. So just want to put on a positive note. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I don't see anybody else, and so we will end community comments. Next item on the agenda is item number 8, reports of employee organizations. Do we have any speakers representing employee organizations who wish to speak? Not seeing any. I'll move on to the next agenda item, number 9, interim superintendent report. Dr. Skelly?
Well, thank you very much. You might not know this, but this month, the district celebrates School Board Recognition Month. And so we appreciate the board members for their dedication to the district and their support of meeting the needs of the community. Thank you for the role you play. If you were listening at home, that was the audience clapping. It's not a reflection of the enthusiasm for your service, so thank you. The open house at the staff housing on Saturday was popular. We had 42 employees visit to see model apartments and talk with Wynn Leasing, who was handling it. We will host another Saturday open house on January 25th. Currently, we have 30 district employees who have staff housing apartments allocated to them. All of the 80% 2-bedroom units have been assigned, and there are 38 employees with application appointments coming up. So we're really excited about that number, and that's we're ahead of schedule, if you will, sort of what you saw when we did the pro formas. So we're ahead of that. So that's very, very exciting indeed. Graham, as mentioned, has launched this homework hub. It's an structured after-school program to support students academically. So we're really happy to see that. We want to congratulate the Graham choir students, Sophie, Olivia, Nathan, and Jeremy, who will be performing with the All-State Honor Choirs this weekend in Sacramento at the CASMEC conference, which I used to know what it is. We're also proud of their work. I also wanted to mention that I'm in the process of meeting with all the principals and having 45-minute conversations about how the year is going. With Tara and Kathy, those have been really super interesting conversations. I think we've learned a lot from those conversations, and they will shape some of the work that district administration and sites work together. We are in the process of enrolling students for next year. If you know people who have school-age children and are not in our district, encourage them to come out. Maybe if they're already in private school, take a look at our schools, or if they have 4-year-olds that we want to get them started on the right foot and get them here. The sooner we get those numbers, the sooner we can move forward. And I'm sending a message out to the community. The other thing is that if you're going to move or leave our school, we need to know that as well, because the board knows that making right sizing our classes and our staffing is really a complicated job, and getting that done is important. Undocumented students, there's quite a bit of stuff going on in terms of that, in terms of our county. Mountain View Los Altos has a resolution prepared for its next board meeting. And we've had some interest from board members expressed. So you can look for that on the agenda for the 30th. And what I'll do is I'll send a draft version of that as soon as we can get it done to you. And if there are thoughts you have about that, then you can give it back out. That sounds like a good way to go forward. We're excited that we're going to have a $1,000 bonus payment for all the employees of the district. It's going to come to you at the next board meeting on January 30th, provided all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. I think this is in recognition to the work that our staff is doing this year, the fact that we have freed up some resources and are able to do this. I think our theme is really to encourage students to save for this money, to put this money towards paying down their student loans. We have a lot of staff members who have student loans, also to pay off credit card bills or save this money, because as you may or may not know, the STRS and PERS systems are not as generous as they were for employees who got in earlier. And so that's going to make it harder for our newer folks to have the kind of retirement savings. So they're going to have to do more of that as well. We're excited tonight. I think all of us enjoyed and even you, Mr. Lambert, who don't like to eat, you really enjoyed the food we had tonight, prepared by our food services group. It was absolutely delicious, way better than the usual DoorDash stuff that we get here. So that was really nice. And then I don't know if you do this in this district, but in every district I've been in, when a new employee comes into the district and sort of administrator, principal, we after they're appointed, might be in the spring, we introduce them and we invite them to have their family come with us. Well, lo and behold, tonight we have a staff member's spouse here at the board meeting with family members. And so anyway, Mr. Greg Barnes is here, and his lovely daughter are here at the board meeting. I don't know if you guys have ever met them, have you? One of the new board members have not. So anyway, Mr. Barnes is here, and his daughter, and that's Rebecca's spouse. So welcome to the board meeting. I hope that you don't plan to stay the whole night, or you're going to have a very a child who's going to be cranky tomorrow and perhaps all weekend. But we certainly welcome you here as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Skelly. I will move on now to item 10, action discussion presentation. First item is results on the 2024 California dashboard, and it looks like Ms. Nguyen will be presenting.
Yeah, so I just want to say that Ms. Bauer would typically do this agenda item, but she's taking care of some family situations. So It was a great professional opportunity for Ms. Nguyen, and she jumped at it. So she'll be doing the next two items.
I really did jump at it. Me, I'll do it. Awesome. So, welcome, or thank you, board, for giving us some time. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Chief Academic Officer Bauer about the California dashboard. The intent of this presentation is to help the board understand the dashboard by giving a high-level overview of what type of data the dashboard provides for us, how we use that data, and ultimately how our action plans are formed from this data moving forward. The data is provided in the appendix of this presentation that you can look at or you have already looked at. You've received this presentation prior to the meeting, so I'll just do a quick overview. But as we go through the slides, if there are things that you have questions you want me to pause and do that, please do it during the slides. Okay. So the California, as a school system, we use lots of different data points in order to identify what's going well that we can continue to replicate, but also identify opportunities for growth that we need to shore up and like keep moving forward with kids, right? The California dashboard is the metric that the state uses for accountability and to support continuous improvement. We align our district work, our strategic plan, and our LCAP to the dashboard indicators. The dashboard is kind of analogous to like when you go to your doctor for like an annual physical. It gives you these data points along lots of different places, and it will tell you kind of what's been going great in the past year, but also some red flags of like, look at that, right? And it's similar to the dashboard. It's going to tell us, yeah, growth here, healthy here. There might be something that's a problem here. And then you need to look into it with more data, other data points, right? So same thing with the dashboard. It's going to show us in different indicators how well we've been doing in the last year on these different indicators, whether we've grown or not, and then opportunities for us to dig in further and figure out what to do to improve for kids. So the dashboard is made up of two parts. There's some local indicators and some state indicators. So the local indicators are the ones that are on this list. The way that we report local indicators for the dashboard is that the district provides the measure based on standards that are provided by the state. And actually at the June 13th board meeting, when we presented the LCAP, we already presented the local measures there, and those were adopted by the board. And then now they're just part of this year's dashboard. In addition to those local indicators, the dashboard also includes these state indicators, as you can see on the screen here. And so the way that, sorry, wrong way. The way that we get ratings for these state indicators is that they're based on our academic behavior and attendance data. And so what we're aiming for when we look at the suspension and chronic absenteeism indicators, we want to see low ratings there and a decrease in the rates. And then for the academic and English learner progress ones, we want to see high numbers with an increase in those rates. For the dashboard, it gives these ratings disaggregated by different subgroups if there's a statistically high enough number inside that subgroup. So you can see on this slide what that mark is. And so if you have a group that's lower than that, you're not going to get a rating for that group. So what does it look like for our district for the state indicators? So what it looks like is the dashboard uses a growth model. So this 2024 dashboard compares the 22-23 school year with the 23-24 school year. It gives the ratings of very low to very high with a corresponding color. When you look up the full dashboard like on the internet, that's what you're going to see. And those two ratings together show the level of achievement and whether the growth is positive, negative, or neutral. So the first indicator on the dashboard is a chronic absenteeism one. And this one's important because if kids are not at school, then they're not learning from us, right? If a student's not present and they're not here, chronic absenteeism is defined as being absent for any reason, illness, vacation, whatever, for 10% or more of the school days that you're enrolled in school. So when we look at the indicator ratings for our district, it's a reminder that we want to see low and we want to see a decrease, right? So as we look at our MVWSD numbers, what we see is that we are making progress with reducing chronic absenteeism. Obviously, there's still some work that we need to do, but we're on the right track for our groups. We also see that for our most at-risk subgroups, we also see a decrease in their chronic absenteeism. This slide just summarizes some trends. Again, you'll see the data set in the appendix, and this summarizes some of the data that you're going to see there. Another indicator on the dashboard is suspensions. Again, this is an important indicator because if kids are not at school, then they're not learning, right? The goal here again is to have low ratings, a low rating, and decrease the rate as well. So we can see in Mountain View Wisman's suspension indicator that actually the trajectory is the wrong way. It's going up, right? And we want it to go down. One thing to note, I think, as we put context to the suspension indicator, we're an elementary school district. So when you think about elementary school, when I was a principal at the BUB, maybe it was 1 to 3 suspensions for the year. So next year, if there's one more or one less, that percentage is going to go pretty quick, right? And so, yes, our numbers are higher, but also regardless, like we want it to go down. Whatever the number is, we want kids at school, right? So we want this number to go down, and that's an opportunity for us to look into some more. I'm sorry, and then this is a chart here by suspension rates by school site as well. So these are the trends that we see for the suspension rate that you can read through. One thing to note is that as we looked at our data so far for this school year, as of December 2024, our suspension rate is 1.4%, and that's lower than where we were last school year. So some work has started to improve the suspension rate. Another indicator on the dashboard is called the English Learner Progress Indicator. This one measures the percentage of students who are English learners who move up at least one performance level on their annual English language proficiency exam. Some context for this indicator as well. English learners as a subgroup is an ever-changing group, right? So part of it is as soon as you show proficiency in English reading, you become reclassified and now you're out of the English learner group, right? So yay, we reclassified, but now you're not part of this number, so the number is going to be a little different. Also, English learners are a dynamic group because we all just have different profiles. They're humans, right? So we get newcomers into our classrooms all the time. Sometimes a newcomer is an immigrant from a country and then they have had schooling in English before they arrived here. Sometimes it's a refugee. The student is a refugee from a different country and they may or may not have had schooling in English or schooling in their home language, right? So that group of English learners is dynamic, always changing, and our work is always to figure out who are you, what's your history, and how can I support you moving forward, right? So for this one, what we saw for our district is we were rated low with a decreased rate of English learners making progress toward English proficiency. We do have some schools, when you look school to school, that were rated in the high range, so Landals, Montaloma, Crittenden, but we also have several schools that were rated low or very low as well. And so finally, the last part of the dashboard is the academic indicators. And these these indicators come from the annual SBAC, Smarter Balanced ELA and Math assessments that our students in grades 3 through 8 take at the end of the school year, and the California Alternate Assessment, which a few of our students with special needs take as well. And so those together make our ratings. Another factor in the rating is the participation rate. And so before the students take their annual SBAC, we're required to send a letter to families to notify them that we're going to be taking these annual tests, and families have the option to opt their student out of the test. However, when you have fewer than 95% of your students participating on the test in a subgroup, then your district gets lost rating, like you lose points in that area. And so for us in Mountain View, we had fewer than 95% of students with disabilities participate in the exam. And so we had a loss penalty for that subgroup. So this is an overview of our English Language Arts academic indicator ratings. Overall, as a district, we scored high, although we did see a small decrease in the rate. Our most at-risk subgroups have a low or very low rating. So here are some of the data trends in English Language Arts that I know you've read through before. And these are the academic indicators for math. What we see here is, again, we have high ratings overall as a school district. However, we have subgroups that the rating is low or very low, and that is something that we need to address moving forward. And then, in addition to the dashboard, or because the dashboard is both an accountability measure and a continuous improvement tool, the state offers different systems of support for schools that based on the level of support needed from the dashboard results. And so the state system for support is based on a tiered system that identifies the level of support needed to support district improvement on the indicators of the dashboard. Tier 1 is the level of assistance that is provided to all school districts. So every school district in California gets Tier 1 support. It's like in the classroom, every kid gets Tier 1 support. Some districts, based on their indicator ratings, may need Tier 2 support, which is called differentiated assistance. And then intervention becomes more intense as districts move along with little or no improvement over time. In addition to those state accountability supports, there's also federal accountability supports that are tied to the dashboard performance, and those are called CSI and ATSI. So for Mountain View Wisman School District this year, we have been identified for differentiated assistance due to two factors, very low academic scores and very high suspension rates for students identified as homeless, and very low academic scores and high chronic absenteeism and suspensions rates for students with disabilities. And so we have a DA team that works with the county office. That support continues through the 25-26 school year. And through that collaboration, there's support in order to shore up our programs and make sure that we're addressing the needs of our students. One celebration is that last year we were in ATSI for 9 schools, and 6 of those schools have exited that status due to their improved academic outcomes for those subgroups that they were in for. Some things for us to consider as we review this dashboard information. So one thing is, like I was saying, this data compares 22 to 23 to 23-24 school year data. And like one thing I said, we did those local indicators in June. We actually got CAS results in some month earlier that we had reported on at the board. So we've had these data points in separation early, right? It's just in November, the state put them all together to make this dashboard. But that also means that we have been acting on this data. It's not like we're just acting on this data now. This whole school year, we've been acting on data. Another thing to note, our efforts to decrease chronic absenteeism have yielded results. However, rates are still higher than they were previous to pre-pandemic. We also continue to have staffing issues, particularly in special education, which affects the support that we provide to our students, right? So action steps, because really the end game is we need to do better, be better for kids. Data is all about, okay, this is where we're at, like we need to move forward, and what are we doing moving forward? So again, you've had this presentation, so I'm not going to go through every single bullet here, but some highlights of some action steps. I'm going to talk about them as indicators, like for this indicator, working on this. When you think about supporting kids, it's not in isolation like that. It's really about the whole child, and all of these things together are going to move the needle for kids, right? But for chronic absenteeism, we'll continue the work that we've been doing to reduce chronic absenteeism, including refining our attendance protocols. We're also continuing to collect daily data to help us provide more targeted support so that we know who's absent, we act on it like that day, right? For suspensions, we're working to reduce suspensions through increased professional development for our teachers and a district-wide process for responding to unproductive student behaviors and to teach kids the desirable behaviors, right, and reinforce that. And of course, we have our newly added counselors in the elementary schools to support behavior and social emotional learning as well. For our English learners, we continue to take steps to improve English learner instruction and support, including providing dedicated and targeted time for English language development and appropriate instructional materials. And additional, this year we added an additional newcomer teacher on special assignment to support. So now we have 4 newcomer teachers, and last year we had 3. For academics, we are continuing to improve our academic instruction. We've updated our curriculum to more evidence-based reading curriculum in the elementary schools and in our pre-K TK. We support teacher learning through several professional development opportunities, including coaching, individual coaching for teachers. We also have those elementary literacy PLCs for our teachers as well. We also, this is year 2 of our district's early literacy team to support our lowest performing elementary schools with reading through additional reading intervention support. And this year we know we also need to focus in on math. So we're beginning our work on updating our math programming and curriculum for our school district. So next steps, school principals are sharing the dashboard results more widely with their different stakeholder groups. We are adjusting our plans based on the data. Again, we've been acting in it all year, but you know, you see it again and it's a reminder of like, yes, what else can we do? And we're developing our multi-tiered system of support again, so we can educate the whole child because all of the pieces together are what makes a difference for kids. Another next step, the dashboard data aligns with and feeds into our district LCAP, which we are developing right now, and will provide the board updates on as we go through the process of that. So that's the conclusion of this presentation. Remember, there's more information in the appendix that you can see. So, questions?
Okay, time for questions from the board? Trustee Conley.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation as well. I had the opportunity to be in a meeting with our County Office of Education's Director of Student Services for Homeless and Foster Youth. And one of the topics that came up was suspensions. And the recommendation there was very much don't suspend our homeless students. They have nowhere to go. It accelerates the problem. But one option that was suggested there was to have some sort of flag on that student file so that if they were sent to the office for suspension, there was something that would pop up and say, this is not an okay response for this child, or here's another intervention that you have to use, or whatever it is. Do we have anything like that in place that's an indicator for our homeless students when it comes to discipline?
Yeah, so in Power School, there's an icon for the student if they are a McKinney-Vento student or student that's unhoused. Yeah. So you see that when you go into Power School.
Do we have like a process that dictates a different intervention or anything like that?
Well, we're working on alternatives to suspension, unless you want to add. Sure.
And we are, as a part of our differentiated assistance program, working on shoring up action steps to prevent that and move more towards restorative practices and train our staff to identify and know that it's important to have alternative approaches versus you go to the office and you're causing a problem, right? Or for them to understand why a student is behaving a certain way. So that's one of the action steps that we're taking in our differentiated assistance program for McVie kids.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I have one. This is almost a question, you know, about any assessment that is being done. So during the last couple of years, you know, we were coming out of COVID and we were sort of looking at the data and justifying it, rationalizing it, and interpreting it, you know, and it was hard to do that because it was so much confounded by sort of the trauma and upset that we experienced because of COVID. So are we out of that now, or what is the lingering impact of that COVID experience that is a long-term, you know, thing that we need to address that's different than education before COVID?
Well, that's a really big question. I mean, we're all a product of all the things that have happened to us. So it's impossible to say like kids are, you know, that hasn't affected because we're a result of all of the things, right?
Well, take a look at, to make it easy, maybe take a look at the absenteeism. Okay. That was lower before COVID. It's gone up.
Yeah.
And is that, you know, and we've tried to address it, yet it's still there. So.
Well, I think I mean, we definitely want kids in school because that's where we can provide them their learning, right? I also think as we looked, principals in their PLCs, they look at the absenteeism data, right? And that's part of their PLC work. And they try to dig in to understand like, why is there absenteeism for this student, this student, this student? And I think for some folks, because the pandemic opened up opportunities for hey, I can learn in different ways too. I mean, some families have, at some sites, have very extended absences to go on vacations that we see, right? And so, but then also we see some kids are not coming to school because they're unhoused, and that's a different situation. So it's really like looking at the kid and what's the situation and why is the absenteeism there? Do you want to add something? Or
Just that we have improved our chronic
Yeah.
absenteeism rate by about 20-some%. And I don't have the exact number with me, but we have improved it drastically for our McCree students as well as our students with disabilities. But I mean, we still have work to do with all subgroups, but we have improved our rates from when we came right back after COVID. But it's work to be done still, and we are working on it.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question. I know that the suspension rates here are calculated per student and not by actual per suspension. So I'm wondering if we have that data congregated somewhere to give us a bigger picture of actual suspensions. So for example, if a student is suspended 10 times, that's not reflected here. It's only that they've been suspended.
Right. So at the school site level, again, this is the publicly reported data that provides a dashboard. But at the school site, this is not the only data that we use. We have other data points. And so the school site knows that that student has been suspended 10 times. And so the action for that student. Yes.
Trustee Conley?
I had one more question. The part of the McKinney-Vento Act, it includes providing supports and services for our homeless students. And one of those is transportation. And I know former trustee Berman and I went out to visit the safe parking site way out in Shoreline Park last year in the spring. And they were still having trouble getting transportation for students who are coming from there. There's no bus service out there. And so there was a conversation, I think, internally about making sure those kids got picked up. Have we made that happen?
I'm not sure, but Director Chang, we can find out and we can give that
Okay.
information because he handles the McKinney-Vento.
Okay. I'd also love to know, I know we have students at the homeless shelter in Sunnyvale, which used to be a congregate settings shelter. It was converted in October to a family shelter. And I've been supporting them as they're ramping up. And they do have at least one family from our district and could use help with transportation. The Sunnyvale School District is sending a bus directly out there, but they have many students at the site. But I'm wondering if there's ways we could partner with them or figure out how to make sure that family's getting to school. So I'd love an update when there's an option.
Sure, we'll connect with Director Chang.
Thank you.
Steve DeFazio?
Yeah, so we have, right, like this disaggregated by, sites and by demographic groups, but do we have a sense internally, like what are maybe like for like suspensions, chronic absenteeism, academic performance, how these vary across those? Like what things are maybe like specific to a school site that and how they're handling maybe particular issues or maybe particular groups of students versus things that are broadly how we're conducting as a district level policy, right, across the groups? Do we have any sort of, have we looked into anything like that, or is any sense there?
Yeah, so each school site has a school site plan, and on that school site, all these things are in alignment, right? So we have the dashboard data, and then we make a district LCAP for our district plan, and then school and a strategic plan for our school district. And every school site has a school site plan in which they are their work is to reduce chronic absenteeism or increase their attendance rates to do those things. And so in those school site plans, you'll see what each school is doing to make improvements in each area.
Yeah, I think more my question is like when it gets up to us as a group, like seeing those across all the schools, kind of comparing those plans, right? Like, so which things are effective at some schools versus that we can maybe, like I think you mentioned,
right,
sharing across principals, I think is a
Yes.
really, really good idea. And I think having those kind of connections.
So the principals have principal PLCs twice a month, and during those, their work is look at the data of your students through the dashboard, through your in-process data, your iReady data, and then they are collaborating on what is working well with you and how can I make that work in my context in order to support kids.
We have no further questions. I want to take questions or comments from the public. Mr. Nelson?
Did I get called on?
Yes.
Okay. I hope you got this 10-page story that I use the tables for. I'm sorry, but there's 222 numbers in this story. But it's a story about data, so there should be some numbers. But I'd like to go over these, taking 15 seconds a page. The first one is chronic absenteeism, and those was a good question, Trustee Reed. I guess I'll have to do a Public Records Act request on Power School numbers, so you can have that, and I'll make a report for you, since the staff may or may not do that. And Trustee Lampert, that's a good question. What I'd like you to look at is what the ratios are in this. If you saw the first page, the ratios are Hispanic Latinos have a 4.7 times higher chronic absenteeism rate than Asians, and they have a 2.3 times higher absentee rate than whites. And you can also look at later in the story, the absenteeism by sites. It's 3.1 times higher at Castro than by percentage than it is at Stevenson by percentage. And percentage sort of makes sense because it's one way of looking at it, because it says there might be 1 in 5 absent students on average at Castro, and there's only 120 students absent in Amai and Stevenson. That makes a big difference if you're a teacher. If you have a fifth of your students that you have to keep track of what extra things you're going to give to them, what they missed, how they do makeup, it makes a tremendous difference on teachers. And I see a middle school teacher there shaking her head, yes, yes. Anybody who's done teaching for any number of years knows that. The second page is academic indicators by groups. What we see is the socioeconomic went down, got worse. The gap between Hispanics and Latinos from ELAs got worse. The Hispanics went down, the Asians went up, the whites did something different, but the gap there went up also. The next page, academic indicators in math by groups. The economic disadvantage got worse over these 2 years. If you look at the gaps between Hispanics and Asians, that gap got worse. You can see what the numbers are and what the pattern looks like. The gap between Hispanics and whites, guess what? That gap got worse. If you look at chronic absenteeism by sites, which I had mentioned before, I hope you look at this, guys.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this topic? I don't see anybody in the room. I don't see anybody else online. Do we have any further comments from the trustees? Start with Ms. Henry, Trustee Henry.
Thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things I particularly appreciated of really appreciating the focus on the behavior supports and the intervention and prevention shift, and look forward to hearing more about that over the next couple of years as that's being implemented. There's for anybody, there's more information in the questions from trustees in one of the answers. And also wanted to highlight one of the next steps and appreciate the extension of additional literacy support for the middle schools and additional students, and really appreciate that.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. Trustee Reed, did you want to? Okay, all right. So I wanted to, echo the conversation around COVID. When we look back, there were students who missed part of the 1920 school year when schools closed. They were at home. And when I say miss, I meant outside of school. We did have online learning, but it was different and it was really challenging for many children. So the 2021 school year at home, in the 21-22 school year, we had masking, we had testing almost every single week. It was extremely disrupted. We had huge rates of absenteeism because of all of the COVID protocols when people did get sick. And then in the 22-23 school year, June 22 was when the eviction moratorium ended. And that impacted a lot of families and students in our community. So it's only the last couple of years, well, it's last year was the first, what I would consider kind of quote unquote normal year. And if you were in kindergarten in 19 to 20 in that school year, you're a fifth grader. And your first and second grade years were completely disrupted. When we look at our eighth graders, they were in fourth and fifth grade when those years were disrupted. First and second grade, you're learning to read. Fourth and fifth grade is when you're really getting into the higher level math. You're doing decimals, you're doing fractions, and these things that become really important when you move on to algebra and middle school level math. And so I think what we're still seeing is these chunks of gaps coming up for our children as they've progressed. We still have not caught them up to where they should have been. And there's a lot of work we need to continue to do. We know there's still trauma. And we know that our homeless rates are going up. It's not just our school district, it's countywide, but our homeless student population is increasing. And now we're entering an era where there's a real concern for many of our families about whether or not they would even register as a McKinney-Vento family because they're worried about immigration status, and they're worried about the change in our federal government. And so I think we have a huge challenge ahead of us to make sure that all of our students get the differentiated instruction that they need. I really want to accelerate that math curriculum adoption as much as we can, because I think that's one big key piece, but I'm excited to see our new literacy adoption. It's going to take a few years for it to really be part of our school culture and impact our student outcomes, but I'm excited to see that come. And then I want us to continue to think long and hard about how we're conducting suspensions and supports for our homeless students, for our students with disabilities. We have work to do. We should not be suspending these children.
So just following up on that, it makes me think that this cohort of children that have been in our or were most impacted by COVID during this 3-year period, should be, in a way you have be taught differently and have a different curriculum, have a different whatever it is, support, size of classrooms or whatever. And in order to help them overcome this, tremendous deficiency and not to have roll it out all across the system, but just recognize that, yeah, this is a problem. And if we don't do something urgent, right, it's already been sort of a year and a half or so since then, this cohort of kids will have moved through our system and we will have failed them. It's odd. Yeah, Trustee Reed, did you have something to say?
Yes, I wanted to touch back on the behavior response standards and the team who is creating and putting them into place. And Mr. Taylor from Vargas sent out a newsletter, and he was talking about how they spent their Monday back from break going over that with staff. So it's already evident that it's going to the site level, which is really great to see.
Can I just a couple of comments? We had a conversation and you described the terms that he used that I thought were pretty. Can you share those? I can't remember them.
Yes, absolutely. So he talked about really rethinking how we view issues with behavior. So instead of thinking of them in a reactionary way, really thinking of them as an opportunity to educate students on how to behave appropriately. Because as Trustee Conley mentioned, these kids missed a lot of the ability to interact with each other, but also behavior modification or modeling during that time they were at home. And so here's a new way to look at the behaviors that we're seeing in school is these are opportunities to teach the kids the correct things and to kind of guide them in the direction that they would have headed had they had the opportunity to be on campus, to watch older kids modeling for them, to have teachers and counselors talk to them about appropriate ways to react to things. So that kind of socio-emotional growth and really focusing on how do we help them versus how do we give consequence to actions that we don't prefer.
Yeah, I think it's sort of thinking about behaviors as things that have to be learned as well, right? As opposed to things that we met out punishment to. So I thought that was an interesting way that he had framed it, and I thank you for capturing it. I think the other piece that I think is important is I'm going to have some myself and Mr. Bear are going to have some time with. Mr. Volta at MVLA and talk a little bit about what they're doing. In my previous district, there was lots of partner districting between our district and the high school district in terms of some of the resources that they have, some of the grants, some of the interventions that they can do, particularly for middle school kids that sort of use high school kinds of resources to do that. So this is an important topic, and I like the direction that our conversations with our middle schools in particular, which is where, I think that these things are important, maybe more important, and the rates are higher. You're going to have kids that do things they shouldn't. They make mistakes. That's why you love teaching them, right, Ms. Reed? But so how do we react to that, and what are the lessons that we give students on that?
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next topic. One comment I do want to make. I noticed there's somebody hanging on for public comment. Perhaps you could fit it in the next subject, okay? Because we close public comment for this item. Okay, next item. See, Ms. Nueno's going to speak this time about iReady Diagnostic 2 assessment report.
I'm back. So now I'm going to present on iReady Diagnostic 2. The intent of this presentation is to help the board understand what iReady diagnostics are, what type of data we receive from the iReady diagnostic, and again, how we're using the data to move forward and continuously be better and do better for our kids. So just as with the dashboard presentation, the data is provided in the appendix of the presentation. There are like 100 slides of data, right? So those are the appendix. I'm not going to go through all of them. You've also received this presentation, and I know you've read it, so I'll just do a quick overview again, but if you want me to pause at a slide, I can. So as always, our work is aligned with our district strategic plan. What is iReady? iReady is our district's benchmarking tool. So like I was saying before, each kind of piece of data has a different purpose, right? So this one we do 3 times a year to see progress monitoring. How are we doing along the way towards the end of the year assessments? And through that, we are able to understand how we're doing as a school, how we're doing as a district system to move students towards proficiency. It also helps us identify students who may need additional support or may need additional extra challenge. What iReady doesn't do, though, is tell us exactly what that targeted support is. So this is the indicator, and then we still need additional assessments. We need to dig into kids to find out what do we do for you, right? We use this iReady tool also because it's computer adaptive. It models the SBAC testing experiences that our students will have when they're in 3rd through 8th grade. It's also a validated predictor of performance on the standardized tests at the end of the year. It helps us understand how our younger students are doing in advance of the SBAC, again, so we can intervene early. And then supports with our math pathway placement in the middle schools. An important piece to understand when you're looking at iReady data is that iReady results are reported based on end of the year standards. So students who are labeled as tier 1, that means they've already met end of the year standards and they're successful with the tier 1 instruction that they receive. Students who are scoring in tier 2 have not yet met end of the year standards, and they may or may not need additional support. We need to dig in further to see, right? Students who are in tier 3 are performing below grade level, and they will need additional support in order to make progress towards grade level standards. So because these iReady reports are reporting on end of the year standards, that means at this point of the year, mid-year, we're not expecting every single kid to be tier 1 yet, right? But we need progress towards tier 1 because that's the end of the year mark. So what does the data show? A reminder that you can see the full thing in the appendix. So I'm just giving a high level overview of all of those 100 slides. Overall, our proficiency and our annual typical growth rates are similar to what they were at last year. However, we did see an increase in the annual typical growth rate for students in some of our most at-risk student subgroups, including students who are English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and our Hispanic Latino students. Our greatest gains are in our primary grades. When we looked at the dashboard for the academic indicators, they were only for grades 3 through 8, right? Because it was a state test. The iReady, it's K through 8. So we see those results. We see the biggest gains in our lower grades, our K through 2 things and then grades, and then looking closer at that cohort data, we also see that cohorts are growing from year to year. If you looked at the appendix, some just highlights that I wanted to point out, like Castro Kindergarten, they increased 35 percentage points from D1 to D2. That's pretty cool. And Montaloma, same thing, kindergarten, 33 percentage points from D1 to D2. So we're seeing that growth in our lower grades, and the research is very clear that early intervention is what really supports students with their growth, right? Our data also, when you look at iReady data, it also reports on the different domains for English language arts and for math. And we can see there, we can see what kind of system-wide trends we see so that we can make adjustments. Our data shows that we can fine-tune our focus on reading informational text and also reading foundational skills. And in math, we can focus in more on number and operations, algebra, and math fluency. Our data also shows that there's opportunities to focus in and zoom in on the 0.0 and 0.0 and 0.1 math pathways for 6th and 7th grade. But just like with the dashboard, the most important part is what are we doing moving forward to support students based on our benchmark data, right? Because this is really like the mid-year point. So what do we keep doing moving forward? As soon as our students completed the diagnostic 2, principals, district team were on it. We were looking at the data, disaggregating, making all these charts. We began analyzing the data in conjunction with all of the other data points that we have. Again, this is not the only thing we look at. We have classroom level data. We have other measures that we use, and those together we've been looking at to refine our work. Some highlights of the actions that we're taking to continue to be better, do better for our kids. We're continuing to focus on strong evidence-based tier 1 instruction within our multi-tiered system of support. I've talked about this at previous board presentations when I was talking about reading, but the most effective, efficient way to support kids is through strong tier 1 instruction. If we can get it right the first time, then we don't need as many tier 2 supports, and we don't put burden on the system to have too many tier 2s, right? You want the tier 1 focus. But we, part of that tier 1 work is we've brought the science of reading all to our elementary schools through the new curriculum. We've also expanded to the middle schools through PD with the middle schools and in the RTI classes using evidence-based foundational skills intervention materials so that they are getting those skills that they missed because, you know, first, second grade was a different year or whatever for them. We are refining and planning for all tiers of instruction. So again, what does tier 1 instruction look like? But also shoring up tier 2 and 3 so that we can be as targeted as we can be to make sure we're doing the right interventions for kids. At both of our middle schools, we are continuing the work this year that we started in August with really looking at progress monitoring through common assessments. So that way at the middle school level, we're not waiting for the benchmark assessments to tell us, are we on track or not? Because that is a long, you know, way from one to the other. But that way, if we do common assessments for each of the subject areas, we can fine tune and adjust quicker, right? And be more responsive to what our students need. And like I talked about in the dashboard presentation, we're beginning the work to adjust our math programming, starting with doing a root cause analysis of what is causing the math achievement gaps, and then working to gather input from the different stakeholders about the math program as exists so that we can move forward and make our math program better, right? So some considerations also as we interpret and move forward with the data. We have that Amplified ELA curriculum. It's rigorous. It's based on the science of reading. We see the difference it makes for our K-2 students. Our upper grade students haven't had the benefit of all of that rigorous work that the lower grades have yet, right? So it's often you see in an adoption of a new curriculum, you see kind of actually dramatic drops because people are learning how to do something. We didn't see that. We see like maintenance in the 3 through 5. So that's a positive, but also we'll see in a few years' time the effects of the cumulative, all of the work of K2, and now the kids have that knowledge with them in the upper grades. We're still working on improving academic outcomes by balancing high quality standards-based first tier 1 instruction and intervention. At the moment, because of COVID, because of whatever, all of the pieces, we still have a lot of students who need reading intervention, right? So yes, we provide a lot of reading intervention for students. We have the early literacy team, but we want to move towards that place where most of our kids are successful through that tier 1 first teaching. The leadership team continues to receive professional development. We focus in on evidence-based instruction in this multi-tiered system of support. And although we're seeing, like I said, gains in the lower grades, upper grade students continue to need additional support to move towards proficiency. And like I was talking about in the dashboard presentation, in order to improve academic scores for kids, we have to follow a whole child approach. If we just focus on academics, that's not going to be enough to move everything for kids, because behind every single data point that we see in this iReady 100 slides, there's a kid behind it, right? And that kid has a story. They have strengths, they have opportunities for growth, they have a family history, they have yeah, all these different things that they bring to the table. So we need to follow the whole child approach. We need to make sure that they're at school. So using our support staff, our teachers to ensure regular attendance for our students, removing barriers for attendance for students as needed. We need to make sure that school is a safe, welcoming place for them, right? So we set up the conditions where the culture is safe for kids. They feel included, they feel safe, that they belong at school. We give them the social emotional support they need. So through SEL curriculum, through counseling, things like that. We need to provide for behavior support. We want them at school, so alternative suspension. What else can we do to keep you here? And then teach you, because it's not a, the behavior is a missing skill, right? Just like we would have missing skill teaching in math. Same thing for behavior. We need to support families to make sure their basic needs are met. That's part of the picture of supporting students. And then expanding learning for some of our students through after school programs or before school programs so that they can get the support that they need. So some next steps, moving forward, because again, the data is here, it gives us a snapshot, but the big thing is what are we doing moving forward? All sites have a plan of action to support students who are not reading at grade level. I sat with every principal, we looked kid by kid, here are the kids in tier 3, what supports exist for each kid? Oh, no support for this kid, what are we gonna do for this kid, right? So we went kid by kid. At school sites, we revised RTI plans to include some phonics intervention if that wasn't part of their plan before. Several school sites, like Dr. Scully mentioned at Graham, they have the after school homework club. So some are implementing more after school targeted student support. We have the ongoing PD that I had talked about before, literacy PLC, so elementary teachers can continue to learn with each other, by each other, to be better for kids. Our January PD day, we focused in on language development, supporting our English learners. We also had a session about supporting student behavior in the classroom. And then in the middle schools, we did assessment to drive instruction. Site leaders are sharing their data with their school communities, math programming that I talked about. We're working on how do we expand reading intervention. We know that there are students moving up into the middle school that will continue to need that support. And so for now, until our tier 1 instruction gets to that place where every kid is making progress in that tier 1, we are going to need to expand next school year. And the main thing is staying focused. Staff is staying focused on what's our main work. Our main work is providing students with quality first instruction. So if there's other noise happening, other things happening, what's our main work? It's making sure that kids are getting the instruction that they need to move forward. And that's what we control, and that's what we are working on. So with that, any questions?
Trustee Conley?
Just a very basic question. The D2 test, is it is it always the week after Thanksgiving break, or does that vary year to year?
Last year, I believe we did it the first week of December, and then this week we did, yeah.
I heard, and this is just anecdotally from students and families at different schools and different grade levels, that a lot of people were still recovering from different time changes or unusual schedules. And so it was a little rough for some people. I don't see that necessarily reflected in the data, which is a relief. But I just wanted to share that the feedback was maybe wait until that first week of December instead, if possible.
Any other questions? We'll move to community comment. Go ahead, Mr. Gronathan.
Hi, good evening, trustees. Where do I start? Can you hear me? Is that okay? We are in the heart of Silicon Valley. We're one of the wealthiest school districts probably in the state. It's really disheartening to see where we are educationally, where our scores are, and where the gap is between the different groups. And we've been hearing about closing the achievement gaps for years, and it hasn't happened. We need to be doing better, obviously. One of the things that troubled me in Principal Cindy's presentation was just one small comment that the leadership team is undergoing ongoing professional development. And I'd like to know why. Why do we need more professional development? Isn't that something that we've overdone? It seems like if the leadership team was more focused on our schools and our kids rather than meditation, professional development, $30,000 banquets at the Ames Well, travel all over the country, maybe our scores and our results would be a little better. I also am disheartened to keep hearing about COVID as an excuse. It's 2025 now. I realized there was an impact, but we should have had better programs to get us back to status quo. So as a community member, as a parent, it's really disappointing to see where we are, and I hope we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, President Lambert. I'm former trustee Stephen Nelson. I brought another antelope diagram. This one is just with reading. Unfortunately, I didn't get the math one done because that would show, and it's for the whole district, not just a subset, which is the way I prefer to have data presented. But what it shows, this shows the gap again, and it shows what the ratios are for reading. And in this case, and I did it before, is the Hispanic bar is wider because there's more percentage of Hispanics, and the Asian and the whites are narrower because there's less percentage of those when we look at these groupings. One of the things I'd like you to notice is Asians are at 89%, Hispanics are at 20%, which isn't a change at all for the Hispanics. And the whites are 74, is it 74%? 77% this year. Whites have gone up 2%. Asians have gone up, or whites have gone up 2%. Asians have gone up 2%, and Hispanics have stayed the same. What this means is the ratios have gotten worse. The gap has gotten relatively deeper in this last year in reading. You could say, well, what's one part in 30? Well, what the predecessor says is we're going the wrong direction. Look at those little arrows. Some of this ratio change is because Asians and whites are going up and Hispanics are flat. The same thing is true in the math If I brought you one of these antelope diagrams for the math for the district, you'd see the same thing. The ratios are getting worse for Hispanic relative to Asians. The ratios are getting worse for Hispanics relative to whites. So the problem is we're really not putting enough resources in to our, you could show you the same thing, Dr. Skelly, if it was SED or if it was, which includes non-high school, or if we looked at the economically disadvantaged, which is just free and reduced student lunches. The numbers aren't exactly the same, they're really close. So the problem is we have a problem putting our money where we say we're going to reduce the gaps, because the gaps are with the Hispanics mainly, and which really much overlaps with the socioeconomic disadvantage. So I have two candidates who said when they were running that they were going to be I'm out.
Thank you. Any other members of the public present wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the online.
I want to get the last word on this one if I could. I don't have much more time left here, so I want to say something before I get out of here.
Okay, should I let the
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, next speaker, Ms. Selleck.
Hi, this is Itek Chelik. Welcome new board members, and thank you, Cindy, for giving us this update. Couple of quick comments. What conversations will you and your team and the teachers in 7th and 8th grade be having with the high school teachers to support the 8th graders who are going to be moving on to high school and the 6th and 7th graders who will be there a year or two later? Because they're obviously at a very different level than even students who are a couple of years older than them. So I hope you give them some preparation and work with the high school districts so that these students can continue to get support, both in learning English language and in math. I also think, there's a reason when we talk about the behaviors in the middle school, there's a reason, at least in the high school, where the shop class is scheduled as the last period of the day. And I hope that when you think about these kids in middle school, you start to consider those types of activities as motivating activities too, not just changing the policies on suspensions. The other comment I have is you have a very active and involved parent community in this district. And if you ask for people to step up and you create a volunteer army of parents and you train them in literacy support, they will go into your classrooms and be a second and a third and a fourth set of hands. This is what the kindergarten teacher of my first two children, who are now, and one is in college and one is in high school, he did with their weekly volunteers. And it made a huge difference. And if you can train these teachers too, these parents as well, or even other people from the community who just want to be involved, and you make it easier for them to volunteer to do so, you can make a lot of rapid progress, because sometimes each of those kids just needs a few minutes one-on-one. That's it for tonight. Thanks again for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Liu.
Hi, this is Young. Thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to reiterate that I noticed that the data for Castro and Montaloma, as Dr. Nguyen has mentioned, have gone up, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with the early literacy team. So I'm hoping that you see this data and see that whatever they're doing works, and actually give more headcount toward that team so that there's more support going to all these schools to help all these students, elementary school and middle school. So I'm just calling in to advocate for that. Just, get the literacy team more support, more headcount, so that way they can spread the good work that they're doing. As far as Asian data increase, I wonder how much of that, it's because of like after school support that these parents are putting for their kids out of their own pockets. Um, I'm pretty sure, like for my kids, we've done that because that kind of support is not being offered, at school. As far as like in person, one-on-one support. I mean, so I'm really excited about Graham getting this kind of support, you know, for the middle school kids. And I hope that could be done with all the other schools, just like the in-person, like sitting down and they're tapping the resource from the high school as well, getting help. So that's something that we need to look at because, we know where the gap is. We know this kid get help from just getting that one-on-one sit down. And if we can make that happen, then we can help our kids be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is private.
Hi again, it's Nancy. So there's no doubt that our district has been distracted and it's showing up in our test scores. I have a public information request out to better understand this, but here's my current understanding. Last year, for instance, we had leadership and board members traveling across country and staying in luxury hotels as they figured out how to, quote unquote, reimagine Castro and help our SED kids. We had leadership in sound baths. We had leadership retreats at the Ames well to tens of thousands of dollars, and leadership traveling to conferences to tout the benefits of the housing initiative. An initiative, I might add, that has borrowed money from our general fund now, 6 figures, and has yet to show any benefit in terms of attracting and retaining teachers. It's funny that the figures Dr. Skelly mentioned, there was no mention of teachers. In fact, when Dr. Skelly and I talked a week ago or so, we had only 115 inquiries into the housing project. Only 115 inquiries, and we have 123 units to fill. And this is an $89 million investment. Board, our district leadership has failed us in terms of improving these test scores. Not all is lost, though. I do want to talk about good things. I want to flip this story around. Good things are happening at the school sites. One such example that is really worth looking into is the amazing things, the transformation that is going on at Graham. In particular, the Homework Hub program there, led by Andrew Donati and Principal Benavidez. In light of these things, I'm asking you to please consider dedicating more resources directly to our school sites. In large part, the concentration of resources at the district level is not helping our students. We need the resources, the people, the funds to go back to the school sites. In a rather ironic speech last year, Dr. Rudolph talked about site-based management. We need to let our teachers lead. We need to let our principals lead. We need to move more money, more human resources out of the district office and return those resources back to the schools. Scalia started the ball rolling, but the rest of the Rudolph legacy district leadership has no incentive to make this move, board. It has to be up to you. We need your help ensuring that the resources get to the schools and that any resources which are allocated to the schools or the district office are firmly rooted in sound benchmarking or have milestones in place. If a program isn't working, let's claw back the resources. We can't keep hitting our heads against the same wall and expect different results. Again, let's get the money back to the sites. Let's get the resources back to the sites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other comments, so we'll
Okay, so I'm going to climb up on my, I'm just going to offer some thoughts here. One is I think I would have used the term to describe our leadership team meetings as collaboration times where you bring in principals and have them talk about practices that are effective at their sites. I think you're building a sense of, look, we're in this, we all have this challenge and we're going through it and we're working together and it's not sort of other kinds of PD. It's the best kind of learning that we can do. And I think you see it in the best institutions around there. Look, these conversations around the achievement gap, or however you want to turn it, are happening all over the state, right? And I think what they there's lots of implications to this conversation. And I think one of them is the discouragement of teachers, because you are expecting teachers to perform miracles in terms of what students can, in terms of the achievement between students. We, at our peril, neglect the social and the differences in terms of resources that families have at their own homes. It's easy for people who have privilege to expect those that are struggling with 2 jobs and learning a new language to expect them to match the academic achievement of students who have every privilege and every opportunity. So when we talk about those things, it's incredibly discouraging for our staff members who are working very hard to overcome the differences that exist in society. And when people come to board meetings and talk about this gap as if it's something that schools by themselves are going to solve, it does violence to the staff members who are doing that work every single day. You don't need to spend much time at Castro to have staff members feel like they are failing. And those are the people who are working hardest. And I would say are, in terms of their impact on students, are as high as any of our other schools where the test scores are enviable. So I think we need to be careful as a community about how we frame these conversations around the achievement of students. We're all dedicated to seeing those gaps change. And we are living in a city that has some of the largest gaps between the economically advantaged and those people who are just coming to this country, who are working tremendously hard to give their students another chance. And when we are sympathetic and empathetic and lean into their experiences, we are much more successful than when we come to the board meeting and point out these differences. We are not the wealthiest district in the state by a long shot, but we may have the largest gap between the students who have privilege and the students who don't. Is it any surprise that our students who are white and Asian, who have parents who are doctorates and are well educated, for those students to be among the most talented in our state, or having, not talented, but having the highest test scores? Is it any surprise that some of the students who are struggling, that are homeless, have some of the lowest? That gap is going to, this board needs to be realistic about what's going on in the communities that it serves and keep those things in mind. So I think we need to lean into that experience. We need to understand that. We need to understand, why are our homeless numbers growing so much? Why do we have some of the highest homeless rates in the area? And what are the implications for the academic achievement? And how can we lean into that experience well? Asians and whites in this community are some of the best educated. They are the parents, the children of world leaders in terms of technology and learning. Should we be surprised that they have some of the highest scores that we have? So let's have an honest dialogue and not use the test scores here as a cudgel to claim that the staff in this district are not doing their jobs. They're working super hard to meet the needs of students where they are.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Skelly. Any further comments from the trustees? Trustee Conley.
I'm happy to let someone else go first, though. So a couple of questions actually came to me during the public comment. One was about our ELOP program, because we have, thanks to state funding, we were able to expand an after-school program that is available for any high needs child to attend for free. I was curious if it's been a while since we've talked about it. And when we first, after COVID, started partnering on expanding that program, I know we did some training for staff of like Right at School, for example, about how to support students academically with homework. Are we doing any training with the ELAP program for the staff there to incorporate even small elements of the science of reading? Have we started doing anything like that or thought about it? And he's not available tonight. The next time we do iReady update, let's bring in Director Chang. Just and then another question that came to me was, similarly, we have done parent workshops at school sites. Principals have, I say we, principals and teachers have been doing parent workshops at school sites for as long as I have been, since I was a teacher in the district, right? And I'm curious there if when they're doing literacy workshops, for example, have we started to incorporate or started to train parents in science of reading strategies they can use with their children at home? Because, yes, Ms. Nguyen.
So we have done several parent universities about the science of reading. You can go to the district website under parent university and you'll see 2 sessions about the science of reading and so how to support your kids. And we've done several of those directly at school sites with families as well. So both, but you watch the videos.
No, I know we did the parent university. I think there's something different about the intimacy of being at a school site and also getting people back in person. I've also worked in schools where we had a parent train the parents model, which was really powerful because parents could speak to their own experience with their children trying to incorporate these strategies. And then, the last thing that I wanted to ask about just for the future, we talk a lot about the annual typical growth in iReady, and that came out of the board's desire to have an equity framework where we're making sure every child got what they needed, which meant every child makes at least 1 year's growth in literacy and 1 year's growth in math, regardless of where they start. But with the acknowledgement that the stretch goal that is identified within iReady, that stretch growth goal, is actually what students who are below grade level need to be achieving in order to start to catch up and close the gap. We still haven't incorporated that in the discussion here. I am hoping that it's a part of the school site discussions and school site plans when they're looking at the stretch growth so that we're accelerating learning for students who are behind. But I'm wondering if you can speak to that a little bit. And I would love to see data about that in the future as well for our, not necessarily for all of our students, but for our students who are behind. Are they on track to achieve those stretch goals too? And with that, we know there's a lot of work to do. And we're trying to pour in a lot of resources. And I just want to thank Dr. Skelly for his comments because I think it reflects the culture of our district.
I want to follow up on what Dr. Skelly, I would like to follow up on what Dr. Skelly said also. And just, absolutely. Education is not just about classroom experience. It's about the whole life experience. And there are huge gaps in our community. But it raises a question, right? We can do so much during the school hours. Should we be doing more as a community or as a school district we can't completely overcome, but we can certainly, ameliorate some of it's mainly socioeconomic differences and try to address some of those needs that are occurring outside of
You're right. I mean, I think
classroom.
that's part of many of you work with the city, you work with the larger community, you're involved in those issues. And I think we are at our best when we lean into those experiences, try to understand them, and then also how can we burrow ourselves into those experiences where the schools are truly viewed as havens for kids and families are connected and community is built you know, all the things that you've talked about here. I'm not questioning your work. I'm questioning sort of sort of the sense that we have some schools that are doing great, and then we have some schools that aren't doing great, because that's an easy thing, or we got teachers or staff or folks who aren't doing good work because we're not equal on the test scores, or that there are gaps between that experience. And I think that's what concerns me sometimes about these discussions. You'll have discussions with teachers, and you'll say to them, well, how's have you looked at the data yet? He says, I don't need to. I know it sucks, because that's all I'm told. So I think we need to sort of look at that narrative and see what we can do. If we have more homeless students who are low socioeconomically or disadvantaged, and they're homeless, is that going to, obviously they've got 2 or 3 or 4 things going against them. And if those numbers of things going against them increase, is it, how much can we expect, when people are just meeting the needs to have a house, to come home and do something, at school? I mean, it's a profound question, and it's something that you need to work on. And just sort of, when we do it, we've set up accounting measures that look at specific characteristics, but don't talk a lot about how these characteristics are related. They're deeply related to each other. So,
Thank you. Trustee Reed?
I'd like to piggyback off on Skelly's comment there, and going back to something Dr. Nguyen touched on, was the MTSS, and talking about incorporating things like students feeling safe and increasing attendance. And when we think about Maslow's hierarchy and how meeting those basic needs have to happen before we start thinking about the things like academic intervention, I think it's important to understand where our students are at and what type of growth they're capable of based on their situation, and really tapping into those resources community-wide on how to support the whole child so that we can allow them to grow academically.
And I'll just echo that to say that I'm just still have slide 12 up, the one where you talk about the whole child approach. And I just really appreciate naming those things, particularly naming those things in a presentation about reporting about test scores. And that those things are so integral. So I really appreciate kind of just hearing that all together.
Trustee Conley?
I'm just going to throw one thing in. We also always have to keep high expectations for all children, regardless of their background, because they're all capable. They all deserve the opportunity and option to choose college if they want to, I firmly believe, and they're all capable of doing so. I think that's underlying everybody here. I think we're all agreed on that. I just want to name it, because sometimes we talk about all of these challenges and expectations, and from having worked consistently in low-income communities, I know that these children are as capable and as full of opportunity and talent and hope as their more privileged peers. And we need to honor that and also help them realize that.
We're having a debate, not a debate, but I think that we can say that, but if you look at what real opportunities some people have, they're very different. If you can't, if you don't have the right to work in this country, it has a profound effect on your academic performance. Your desire to go to college, right? If you're in a situation in which you have to work to support your family, your opportunities to do lots of the enrichment things that help you go to college and things like that are limited. So I don't think the opportunities are equal in our, and not every student has equal opportunities. So.
Yeah. So I think the one thing that I just wanted to highlight that I think I found really encouraging reviewing this was looking at the performance by reading level for or by grade level for reading, where seeing that growth in the younger grades and showing that like our investments are working and paying off, and like making sure that we can, still provide like every student, each and every kid in the district a like great opportunity for growth, and like seeing the year over year changes really, really like drove home to me like we need to like double down on these and make sure we keep investing in this way. So
Yeah, I think there's some exciting things happening in reading all over the state. You've got an effort in San Mateo County called the Big Lift, which is really focused on how do we get the science of reading in there? How do we envelop kids and get some support there? And how do you build sort of the same kind of expectations in terms of reading? And so, it starts at that K1, 2, because as we all know, if you can read, then you can learn. And so that's where I'm excited about the results that you saw tonight.
Trustee Reed?
I was just thinking about a comment that was made, talking about interacting with the high school and trying to figure out where they are and how they can support us. And one thing that the high schools are really starting to focus on is the concept that we don't need to make all students college ready. We need to also have opportunities to make kids career ready. And so there's a lot of funding going around and a lot of new programs that are being created for career and technical education. And I know Los Altos, Mountain View Los Altos, they're expanding their career and technical education programs. And so it would, to me, make sense for us to start to foster some of those skills and start to offer some of those preliminary courses so that when they head to the high school, they're further along and they have the opportunity to walk out of high school and be ready to get into a career.
I think that's a great topic for me to talk to the superintendent of Mountain View Los Altos. And I know some of their vocational opportunities, but are there ways that we can position our students so that they can really be successful there?
There are pathways available, and if they start at the middle school, that allows them to have get to the capstone sooner.
Yeah.
I believe there's also Metro Ed. We've never partnered with Metro Ed, but they actually contract with middle schools now for their career and technical training, which is something we might want to look at. They just got a new director this year.
Yes, I did a strategic plan work with them a few years ago, or last year, and Mountain View Los Altos is now sending students there. It's a long ways, but they have some unbelievable programs there.
But if they have a bus,
Yeah.
let's put our kids on the bus.
Yeah, okay, yes, we could do that, maybe. It's worth talking to MVLA about. That's great. We'll have that discussion when we meet.
just to piggyback on that a little bit, I do want to make sure that like we are both providing more opportunities for kids regardless of what their interests are, but we should also make sure that we don't, foreclose opportunities for others if they go down a path that maybe they decide they do want to go to college, and I don't want those to close off to them if they change their minds, right?
Okay, if there's no more comments, I'm going to close this item, and I suggest we take a 5-minute break, and then we can power through the rest. Okay, we get out of here by 10. We can do it.
I think it's time for some more coffee. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, I'd like to start this meeting again. Okay. Next item, item C, selection of superintendent search firms to interview um, on January 23rd, 2025.
Right, so I think this is my item. This is the first step of your process. Well, not the first. Your first was the last meeting when you sent the RFP out. And you've got 4 applications from viable firms here that we received 4 that. So I think that I'd like to start, what's the definition of a good search firm? The definition I would give you is one that finds you a great superintendent. After that, if the superintendent doesn't work out, then in some ways there's lots of blame that goes around, and part of it falls on the search firm. But it's also, frankly, boards make bad decisions sometimes as well. So you can't put it all on the search firm. I think my recommendation, I guess, is that you interview at least 3 firms and maybe all 4. It is a chance for you to learn about the process, about what folks will tell you. There may be something that you like in one firm that you would then like to have another firm do. I think so the process of hearing from the different search firms, they will be different. They look very similar on paper, but they all will be different in person, and you will have a connection with whoever the person is who comes and speaks here. That's going to be your person who really leads the search. That's one thing. So I would interview, 3 or 4 of these folks. Some of these are rather large firms, right? They've got national pieces, but generally speaking, the person who they bring to lead your search will be a local person. There'll be somebody who is from California, undoubtedly, and then they will be maybe located in Santa Clara County or somewhere in Northern California. I would predict, just knowing what I know about these firms. I have seen this. So I was counting. There's 6 searches I've either been on the back end or the front end on. Like I was recruited or went to someplace, and then other places when I was leaving, or I was an interim, then somebody else came in. So I think so. I've seen how this thing goes. You're sort of watching and participating in this is helpful. The firms are set up so that there are, I think, differences in the quality of the representatives that they will send you. I've watched people that work for a search firm who are not good or not as good, and then somebody else who's very good, and they're from the same firm. So the way these firms are sort of done, a big firm like HYA will have somebody in this area. I think I know who they'll send to do this, and that person lives in California, and yet HYA is based in Chicago. And so same thing with McPherson and whatever the firm is. So anyway, yeah, I think you just need to hear them out, and I think you will make a good decision here because I think some firm will rise to the top as you go through that process. So that would be my recommendation, that you either interview 3 or 4.
First, any questions to Dr. Skelly?
Well, I was looking at some of who our surrounding peers have used recently. And the County Office of Education, they hired, well, the Board of Education for the county hired leadership associates. MVLA hired HYA, which I hadn't realized. Do you know, are there other kind of more recent ones that you might know of, Dr. Skelly?
So those are the last year. I was an interim in Millbrae, and they hired leadership associates to do their search. I think I'm not sure now. When I left San Mateo, which is 2.5 years ago, I believe they hired leadership associates as well. Leadership associates placed me there, and then Palo Alto, I think, did HYA one time, and then leadership another. So those are the ones that I've seen more active in this area than others. So.
I see that all of the firms have listed, we asked them to list board presidents from other districts that have used them. They've listed contact information. Before we actually choose next week, I'd love it if what would you suggest as process? Would Bill reach out to those other board presidents, or?
I think that's your call. I mean, I can do it, Bill can do it, whatever. I do think that would be somewhat helpful, although I wouldn't, if the search firms know that we're going to call those people, then they're going to, then that I'm not sure how frank they'll be. And I would say that the search firms are going to pick ones where the superintendent is just crushing it, right? And everybody's happy, right? So,
I guess I would add to their list our local districts who've used some of these.
And I should say that I think you should make a decision next week. You should have enough
that's why I'm
information.
thinking of this now.
That's right.
Somebody
So
reaching out before then.
So one of the to be clear, I probably will know whoever comes in and represents them here, who comes as their team. I'll know at least some of those people.
Well, if the decision is going to be made next week, then yeah, it's sort of incumbent on us to reach out to some of these references then.
Yeah, I think you should divide up that among yourselves. So you're that I'm not playing translator.
Probably a good idea.
And then do you mind if one other question was just, I know there's been some, we received some comments about recommending that we do something other than a search firm. Have you seen alternative processes along the way?
Only when the board has somebody inside that is the heir apparent, and it's sort of they save the money. It's very clear. Often it's done on the same night that a superintendent is announcing they're leaving. The board announces who they're gonna hire, and then they work on a contract from there. I don't think we're in that situation. I don't know that you're not in that situation. I know you're not. So, yeah. Let me say one other thing about this process. I think it's a chance for you to learn what the community is thinking too, right? There's been an election, so you've heard a lot from the public, but when you go through this process and the public it gets a chance to meet, you do learn something about the temperature of the folks, right? They'll meet with probably with your bargaining units. They'll meet with other folks, and that's a real opportunity to do that. So it's a process that does give you a feel for, you have your own view, but you're always trying to complete your view. And so those kinds of input sessions are important. Not everybody wants to be engaged, right? Some people are like, who's the superintendent, right? I mean, they don't really care. They just care who's their principal and their kid's teacher. But there are people who know that.
Do you think it would be beneficial to reach out to superintendents who have been brought on to districts via some of these firms to get their experience?
I think that, yeah, any information you can get about the search firms sort of informally, I think will help your process or will help inform you.
I have seen some recommendations to try and poach somebody from a neighboring district as superintendent, who I know is a fantastic superintendent. I'm a little worried about like getting, I don't know, stabbed in a back alley by trustees from other districts if we start talking about trying to poach locally. I don't know any districts that have hired somebody kind of immediately adjacent in the past. I don't know if you see that as a practice in the
I think
superintendent
if you
hiring.
have somebody that you have respect for in the county, it's all fair in love and war. And so I think if you see somebody that you think is promising, you don't need to do that. You need to go to the search firm and say, hey, who would you, could you contact this person and see if they're interested?
Okay.
I think that's fair to do. And then, my experience, I've often gotten questions about who would you recommend for a job, right? Who would you recommend that we reach out to? And that's another way to do it. And I would certainly do that, right? There are people I know. You'll get I'm very confident that you'll get a strong field for this job because it's, notwithstanding the challenges here, this is still a great community. And superintendents believe that they believe they can do anything, right? That comes with the territory, right? They've got egos, so they think they can, oh, somebody else had problems there. I can do that job. I won't make that mistake. So you'll get lots of people who are interested in doing it. So.
Yeah, so concretely to, I guess, the action before us tonight, right? Like, you recommend 3 or 4 interviewing. It seems reasonable to me. What would be the reason to only do 3 out of the 4, right? Like in for a penny, in for a pound, we get more information with 4. Time is one constraint, right, for us on the board, but any other considerations that?
I think if you definitely know you don't want one of these firms, that there are things that you saw there that you just go, no, no matter what, just by their paperwork, we couldn't have them, then you should eliminate them, right?
Just asking questions. I'll open it up to public comment.
Thank you. Yeah, when the president, my name is Stephen Nelson. I'm a former trustee. When we went through this process, President Lambert and I, we had 72 applicants for this district. So don't think you're not going to have plenty of people. We specifically asked that we also look out of state. We had a number of good superintendents in state. We had a number of ones from out of state. We got a varied amount of experience, either being a superintendent or not. One of the things is hiring into this area, which has high housing costs, is a really crucial issue. And you're going to have to think about what you're going to do about this housing allowance or housing benefit that was given to the superintendent, because that had been discussed previously. And it isn't like the board that decided to do it was the first one that ever thought of this idea, because city clerk in the city was offered that kind of housing allowance, housing subsidy that is returnable when she moved from Santa Cruz to here. The other thing I'd like you to think about is you do have maybe a candidate Dr. Cindy Nguyen, I think, is somebody who you could hire. Dr. Skelly says she's ready to get more responsibilities. There's this thing about getting more responsibilities. She's shown she can manage a elementary school. She showed she can manage a very important thing, which was this reading thing. Do you want to hire a person who shown she works collaboratively in this environment? So if you're talking about people you might just decide to hire, or you might ask your, whoever it is you decide to, 3 firms is probably good enough to interview. I think if you have a, I would certainly put her on the list that you want to have them contact. And don't be afraid of hiring somebody who isn't over 6 feet, isn't male, and isn't so sure of themselves that they're going to tell you exactly what you should do because you have oversight over them. They don't have oversight over you. So there are many good companies. I think it's a good idea if you do your individual look on them. And I don't know if it's dividing it up, but I think you should each one should spend a little bit of time on each of these companies in the area that you're most interested in and see what you come up with. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Granathan.
Thank you, President Lambert, and good evening again. So I've already shared with you some information via email, and you've gotten information from other community members and also from outside the community. What is concerning is that 3 of the 4 firms, or at least 2, HYA and McPherson, have a known history of making controversial and bad picks, including placing superintendents who were colluding with private interests. We've just been through this. We can't afford to go through this again. I would ask you to consider please disqualifying at least HYA and McPherson. And Leadership Associates is also quite concerning. They're at the center of a big controversy in Fresno, where they conducted community feedback sessions and the community largely asked for a superintendent from outside. And their report indicated that the community wanted a superintendent from inside the community. And it looks like they're steering the recommendation towards people that they are already actively coaching in the district. So these are some big red flags, and I think we need to pay attention to them. And I ask you to exercise extreme caution. And please, if you have any doubt, disqualify the firms. And there are others. You can look for others. You can talk to the California School Board Association, see what they recommend. And if we have local candidates that we want to recruit, why do we need to ask a search firm and pay them $20,000 when we can just call these people directly? Why don't we use word of mouth in parallel with looking at search firms and explore all options? So please don't rule out word of mouth. And I hope you will keep the process open and transparent and allow the community to be involved as much as possible, and try not to conduct anything behind closed doors, because this is critical that we get ourselves back on a good path here. Thank you.
Hi, this is Itek Chelik. I really appreciate all of you doing this most important responsibility. I guess I have 3 things. One is I have a little bit of advice from an expert. 2 is what do we want as a community? And 3, what do we don't want? The advice comes from a longtime teacher and then superintendent of a school in Southern California. He's the father of one of my best friends. And he basically said about search firms, in general, it's often best to stick with those who will present candidates from California. Superintendents who come from the East Coast in particular are not well equipped to navigate California's school financing model. He also says to avoid leadership associates and anyone else with a, quote, stable of candidates. And I know that Leadership Associates has worked with Dr. Skelly, and I would just say that, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So that's the advice from the expert. The second is what do we want? I want to superintendent with a growth mindset who doesn't give up on the kids or the community or make excuses. And what do I not want? Every time I hear the COVID excuse about making progress in learning and achievement, I picture, unfortunately, the cigar-wielding former superintendent who fleeced our children with money pits and real estate, extravagant travel, his network of con men wolves dressed up as education tech vendor sheep. And it's just frustrating. I don't want us to have somebody who gives up on our 4th through 8th graders. I want a superintendent who sees that we need to do more, especially for these 4th through 8th graders, more individual small group time, more science of reading, more math fluency, less software education screen time, students who can game it. And there's no really evidence that it, helps with the learning and achievement. I do think I echo what Mohan said about having local candidates and word of mouth, and even looking inside of our district and inside of neighboring districts to find people who know our teachers, know our community. And yes, that's kind of what I've got. Advice from an expert, avoiding leadership associates, and anyone else with a stable of candidates. What do we want and what do we don't want? And please try to be as transparent as possible, because we have lived with the effects of what's happened the last 9 years, and it's horrible. So thank you.
Thank you. Next online speaker is Ms. Liu.
Hi, this is Young. Thank you for taking my comment. I I I also want to comment that, yeah, please do not use HYA. Just a simple Google search, you can find a lot of the controversial stuff about them. I did like a search and I found something back in 2019 about a district that used them, and they're like, that was a waste, about $50,000, and they actually fired them before they even before they complete the process. So please, please, please do not use HYA. And, I'm thinking about this and I kept on thinking, I'm still sad about our missed opportunity with Dr. Skelly 9 years ago when he was interim superintendent, and we missed that opportunity to hire him and we lost him to San Mateo. And I'm thinking we have interim superintendent Bear coming in. He's retired. Is there some way to, convince him to come out of retirement and help us? He has, he was a principal at Landos. He knows our district well. He's local, and I'm sure he loves, Mountain View so much, and to be able to come out of retirement and do this interim job. Can we convince him to do a more permanent, job? That would be so wonderful, because everyone I've talked to that had him, have worked with him, has only glowing things to say about him, how wonderful he is, how much he care about the students and how he advocates for them. So I'm hoping maybe see if we can convince them. And a voice superintendent who wear a PhD on their chest. We don't want those. We want superintendents who are educated first, who care about our students, who cares about our teachers, and and just, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to, Cam, I'm thinking about this while people are speaking. I was having to go through this before, I guess roughly 10 years ago. It's really important who we select as a search firm. One of the real challenges last time is, I think it was very clear to all of us that once we got in the process, it wasn't really quite the right search firm. The challenge is, though, this is like a fast-moving train, and we have timelines. We're competing with the talent from other school districts and things like that. You sort of just, once you make this decision, you can't back it up. and start over again. So, yeah, it just makes it challenging for us. I think it's one benefit of hiring a search firm is, as Dr. Skelly is suggesting, is that we're going to learn a lot about our school district, and to have somebody manage that outreach process, the public interaction, that's what I would expect these people to do. But then again, I think it's also incumbent upon us and the public and everybody else, if there's people who we think would be good candidates, we want to encourage them to apply through this process, and it's up to us to sort of winnow through the applications. And I think if anything, I mean, maybe what we should have done last time is basically taken more responsibility for looking through the applications from the candidates, rather than really having a search firm do that. I mean, we have 72 applications, which, yeah, my goodness, that's hard to do. But I think that is really partly our responsibility, right? We just can't defer 100%. So we have to be critically involved throughout the whole process. Trustee Henry?
So I agree with you on that point. That was one of the things as I was looking through the proposals that kind of jumped out at me in different ways with the different proposals. Some were very clear that they would give us their advice based on, but their recommend, which one, like rank them, but that would present every single candidate and their package to us. And that there was at least one that had more of a process that was like a video interview and really kind of like trying to steer people. I guess my bottom line would be if this group is interested in talking, interviewing all 4 next week, that would be fine with me. I think I liked, I hear the concerns about HYA. I also know that the high school district worked with them. So I'd be interested in hearing what that process was like. And I liked that the people they listed were very local. I think they were Marin and Los Gatos. The other 2 that listed actual people were in California. I will flag the McPherson. One of the things in our RFP was to give the bios of the specific people who would work with us, and they didn't. They listed a long list of all of their California consultants and did not give us the bios of the particular people who would show up next week. So just a following directions thing for me. I noticed also that one of the others listed as a reference a district that's having its own very public issues right now, and that kind of concerned me. But that means there's potential issues with all of them for me. So in that way, depending on who the actual people are who come in and how we feel like they're going to work with us is really going to make a difference for me. But I agree with you that whether we have one of us be their main contact or kind of however that like process ends up looking like, have to be like really, really looking at everything, in those different stages when we all get all the applications, like go deeper, things like that.
I think to piggyback off of that comment, no company is perfect. And so I think looking into, yes, they all may have had bad choices, but what's the margin of error there? How many bad choices versus how many good placements? What are we looking at as far as the percentage of the times they didn't get it right versus the times that they did get it right? I heard things about leadership associates, but I also know that many of our local districts have superintendents that came from leadership associates, Sunnyvale, Los Altos, Millbrae, Sequoia High School Union, but also the Los Altos principal all came from leadership associates. HYA did placements for MVLA, Palo Alto, and Los Gatos. So those are all very hyper-local placements. So they do have candidates that are here. And I also did have reservations about that one company that's also undergoing a FICMAT audit. One of their placements is undergoing an audit, and then there was a different one that also had semi-local, but not as hyper-local as the first two that I mentioned. So taking a look at and maybe talking to some of those superintendents and getting their feedback on how was that process for you? Would you recommend them on your end, and what did you have to do to get that placement, and how did that pan out? I think lots of information that we need to gather before we can look at making a decision.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I mean, I have not been through this process before. I think you're going to be the most experienced, President Lambert, with this process. And so, you know, we've gotten a lot of communication, which is very helpful. I'm curious to see what these firms have to say in a presentation or interview, and comparing them and seeing, you know, are there things that we notice in those presentations that will be clear to us, or I don't know how this is going to wash out. I will say at the end of the day, I am so incredibly hopeful. I am so ready for this process. You know, the former board was incredibly thankful when Dr. Skelly was willing to join us, and Jeff Bear, who will be coming on February 3rd. And the prospect of really tapping into the hopes and dreams and goals of our community, and going through this process and trying to find a great leader for our district keeps me going right now. It keeps me going.
Yeah, just I think overall, I think collecting as much information as we can and kind of using that and our judgment, right? Like after we interview them to select the one that we want, I think is probably like, I mean, we do ultimately, right? Like we do ultimately own the decision, like you're saying, right? Like, so once we select a search firm, we're still responsible for discussing with candidates and making sure we select a good superintendent. They're not running that for us. They're helping us get through that process. So I think that's my general feeling about this.
So I'm hearing that generally we should interview all 4 search firms. Okay, I think, how about a motion? This is an action item, motion? Motion by Trustee Conley, and no?
Yeah. Before we do the motion, would we, do we want to discuss how we would divvy up? Like, is this a discussion time for us to divvy up the?
Let's do the motion first.
Okay. All right. I'll motion to interview all 4 candidates for in the next session.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee DeFazio, seconded by Trustee Reed to interview all 4 of the search firms, superintendent search firms. Next item is, I don't want to divvy it up. I would, my time is going to be limited over the next week, so if you guys want to pick one each and, you know, interview a few people.
We vote.
Vote for what?
Oh, the
I'm
motion.
sorry, we should vote for the motion, yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And then I think we could do that, or it could be everybody reach out to everyone you know and ask them about all of these and come prepared at the next meeting with what you've learned.
Dude, that's fine.
But as far as if anybody wanted to reach out to the references.
The references.
In there, it's probably not
We
for
can,
all of us individually to.
I mean, honestly, I think it would be fine if we did, but Dr. Skelly.
I think they're gonna, if the 4th person calls for, about the reference, they'll probably not take the email. I would divide up the 4 firms.
All right.
And sort of horn in on that, on one each.
Yeah, and generally I'm less of a fan of like diffuse responsibility and like clear action and ownership for individuals.
Sure. I'm thinking of my countywide network and all the people that I'm going to be on the phone with for the next week asking about their experience. But sure, take your pick. I will take whichever firm nobody else picks. I'm fine with that. To contact the references included.
General, Trustee DeFazio, you want to pick one?
Yeah, I'll take Leadership Associates.
Okay, jump over to Trustee Reed.
This is what happens when you second a motion.
That was the one that I was looking at. I know a lot of people hired by that company. I'll do HYA.
Okay, Trustee Henry.
I'll do McPherson.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, it's interesting. What am I doing? Okay, so that closes that item. We'll move on to review of discussion at the January 11th special meeting.
Right, so you want to put this, so I did a slide presentation here. Can you call that up? Ellie? I don't want to spend a lot of time here because I am keen that we get this 10 o'clock. That's a big goal here. So I did put together somewhat of a summary of the actions that we took during the study session, just to maybe for the public, because we it was more an informal. And first of all, I thought it was a really great discussion. I thought you guys worked really well together. I thought there was building on each other's ideas and lots of good discussion about sort of what things are going on. But I think you're going to have to do this again with the new superintendent in more detail than we spent, during that time. So if you go to the next slide. So what I basically did here is just, we had topics about a whole bunch of different things, but there were some things that came through here in our topics discussed that I think I want to just mention. And if there's one that I don't think I captured, whoever's going to be the next superintendent, Mr. Bear was paying attention during the presentation as he was flying back to the Bay Area, but also, they're going to look at this as, something. And so I think it'd be helpful for, for Jeff and then the permanent superintendent. Go to the next slide. So this was just, some things I think the public needs to hear too about, just response to non-agendized items. And then having the superintendent take those comments. Many times people come with concerns about a student or something. Those are things that the superintendent can answer to it. But just like your children, you also want to get the last word in. And I think we talked a little bit about the dynamics of that. And I think even though it's hard for the public to hear that, I think it's really the only practical way to do that. And then, sort of in terms of emails, just make sure that, this is also the public, don't email you on your personal stuff, and then get people, get it back on the district email for lots of reasons, including Public Records Act complaints. And then, revisit next slide. Closed session, we're trying to get information to you as early as we can so that you can have that ahead of time. We talked about that and the importance of this, and then make sure that you have that material, you have a chance to deliberate it. And then if we need to have more discussions, it'll come up again, but just so that the board isn't getting jammed with, hey, you've got to make a decision tonight. You saw this, we brought it in, and then you've got to make a decision here. And then I think it's important to, we'll see this on the board policies. You've got some people who are experts in specific areas. You have 2 lawyers, you've got a Google person, you've got, a variety of experience. So lean on each other's experiences here. It'll help make the work easier if you feel like, well, somebody has this area, I don't have to be an expert on this or more on this. And then, I think it's real, you demonstrate this a lot, but I think it's important to keep, building on each other's comments and ideas during your discussion. We talked a little bit about how this should be a discussion with the board. Sometimes you take public input, but ultimately you're talking to each other. And we talked about the structure here in terms of the architecture of this room, that it's not hard, it's sometimes hard to see each other. But it's important that you talk to each other, and maybe not as much to the public, even though that might be frustrating for the public when I'm standing here talking to you like this. And then that you will disagree agreeably. I think that's super important. We don't see enough of that in government, and you are sort of a model for this. Okay, next slide. We're going to try to make presentations shorter and make the night shorter, right? And you try to get done by 10 if we possibly can, and earlier. Like, you should take pleasure in having done your business as early as you can, right? Nobody likes a long meeting, and we're getting less and less effective by the minute here tonight. Appendices we talked about, and then a culture. You don't need to comment on every item. So, I've seen boards do that, and it's just like repeating the same thing, and it's not good. So that's why I think you need to think about rotating. So if you want to get your comment in early, you don't want the same person speaking at the same time. And then we reaffirmed the idea that we want to end meetings at 10 o'clock. Next slide. Okay, so this back to this idea of jamming the board, and I think it's really important. And if you feel like you're doing that, almost everything can wait, right? And sitting on issues brings wisdom, right? And processing and, thinking about it through, giving yourself time makes for a better decision. The board president will consider bringing conflict for discussion in one meeting and approval at the next meeting, right? It also allows the public, I've heard this from numerous public folks, that, by the time they come and give a comment, the decision feels, already made. And so then their comments are not incorporated in. And then, so this is a done deal, but I'm really frustrated because this is the first I've heard of it. Well, you did have another meeting beforehand to talk about this. And then not everything is a big deal. There was something when I was superintendent, the previous superintendent said to me, there's two rules in Palo Alto. One is everything's a big deal. And the number two is if it's not a big deal, see rule one. So, but I don't think everything is a big deal. And so, going through things in a fairly, many of the issues that you take on are routine. So you don't need to spend all night talking about it. Next item here. Emails, this came up, there was some public comments about this. Trustees at MVWSD, it now includes the notice that, hey, this does go to the superintendent and the executive assistant. This, to me, I think it's a good point that the person brought up, but I do think that they can just selectively choose if they want to do this, to just talk to the school board member. But you should encourage people to come to the superintendent, because you meet once every 2 weeks and you can't really do anything by yourself. And so having, often, staff knows who should be addressing a concern, and you can get on that much sooner or quicker and more efficiently than you can. And the other part is, many times you don't want to opine on an issue too early, because it may end up on your plate, and you won't know everything until you have to make a decision on something. Many of our processes appeal to the board, and if you've already weighed in, it's on half the information when we have a problem. And then we decided, we had a discussion about how to use public comment at MVWSD.org, which is, we looked at the city for inspiration in terms of having comments written in and then giving them to you beforehand. And sometimes there are issues where you get a lot of emails, but the people who come at the meeting are not seeing those comments or being informed by them as well. So trying to come up with a system is something that Shelley and I are going to work on. Maybe not me, but we worked on. And then, sort of the public comments on Zoom, and we're going to look at ways to have a more stable Zoom webinar. This is an issue that, frankly, you know how I stand. I don't really like this because I think it breaks up the meeting. But hey, you're the board, so you can. It's fine. It's all good. Next. Okay, next slide. Is that next slide? Is that it? Okay, so that's it. I think we captured most of the big issues here. I'm sure there was lots of other discussion, but I think this at least gives a feel for what you talked about there. Any other comments on the meeting or things we missed on that list? That's fine. Let's go on to the next item.
Person, and there's none online. Okay, any final comments? Good, we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, so this item, typically you do this on consent, but I wanted to ask Dr. Westover to talk a little bit about this because there's been some change or process things that are in response to some of the comments that we got.
Right. So this month there's a change to the PO warrant, and then we've also added credit cards to the reports that will be coming to the board for review. So as we looked around at other districts, so we looked at POUSD, Sunnyvale, Los Altos, Santa Clara, and MVLA to see how they were posting their POs and warrants. And for the PO report, so they already included the PO number, vendor name, and description, but we've added in the SACS coding. At the last board meeting, we had talked about that we would create a summary document so you could understand SACS coding. That's posted on business's webpage now. So it kind of outlines how to read SACS coding. If you wanted to dive in even further, you can look up the SACS coding online. So we did a general summary so it's easy for people to look at. The warrant report, so these have included the warrant number, the vendor name, the description is new, and the SACS coding is new. With the description, just to give some background on kind of how staff has been working through this, we want to make sure that we always remove parent names because in the past, we've had parents reach out to other parents asking why that they were receiving a check, and this had to do with special ed. So this month, we've hand redacted all of the parent names, but we're working on a process to make sure that the system can do it because when humans are doing redaction, there's always room for human error. So that's what we're currently working on. We're also going to add credit card statements and our explanations to what the purchases are for. So due to the timing of this meeting, we weren't able to upload those documents, but at our next monthly report, we'll have the credit card statements there, as well as explanations of what was purchased. Any questions? Okay.
I don't have any questions from the board. Any questions from? Thank you very much. Any public comments? Don't see any public comments. I would. Oh, there's one. Private. Take your comment now.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Dr. Skelly, John Aker, the board for the PO that I see on here for the computers for Graham. Thank you very, very, very much for that much needed upgrade at Graham.
Just a comment on that. Those computers, unfortunately, have not yet arrived, and we're hearing about that, but we're on it.
Okay, I don't see any other comments. I would like to make one. I thought it was very useful the way the accounts were blocked out in certain categories. Okay. I found that very useful. So everything was together, easy to see how much was spent on utilities, for example. And down the line. Good.
I'll just add thank you. And this was the most clear and accessible format for this that I've encountered. And I really appreciate the work. I know it's not this is a big lift to kind of change systems internally. And I'm very, very pleased that the credit card transaction information will be provided as well. That is something that I'm looking forward to having access to as a board member.
Can I say one more thing? In the audience is Nadia Pongo. She's the person, Director of Finance. You're a graduate of this district, right? So, so you received a great education here, and now look at you. You're giving back here. And so Rebecca gets the opportunity to come up and get the kudos for doing the work here. But Nadia, you've done a super job here, listening to the board and working with Dr. Westover and going through things. And so we really appreciate you as well.
Yeah, so thank you. Come a long way in a few months. Okay, the next item
You
on,
need to pass this.
excuse me?
You need to, it's an action item.
Oh, it's an action.
I make a
Great.
motion.
So do we have a motion to approve the monthly reports?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio to approve the monthly reports for month of December 2024. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is an action item. Resident selection criteria for 231 Grant Avenue Educator Housing Development. Dr. Westover will be presenting.
So we do not have a presentation for this item, but this the board remembers and our new board members, we have 12 units in this joint county housing program. This resident selection criteria has been adopted by all member districts. We're actually the last one to adopt this resident selection criteria. We also have members from Abode at the meeting tonight if you have any questions.
Any member of the board have any questions? I do not have any questions. I read it and it just seemed very similar to our selection criteria as well. So any member of the public wish to speak in this item? Seeing none, any further comments? Do I have a motion to approve the resident selection criteria for 231 Grant Avenue?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, this is getting monotonous. We have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio to approve the resident selection criteria for 231 Grant Avenue Educator Housing. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, next item. It's also an action item, the 2023-2024 financial audit report and Measure T audit report.
So before I allow Nadia to introduce our auditors for their presentation today, they'll be presenting on Measure T, Measure T, as well as the general audit for the district. In an effort to want to make sure that the public knows that we're hearing them, we're trying to provide as much transparency as possible. We did put an RFP out for an auditor. So it is not required that we switch auditors, but we do change the lead auditor. We've been very happy with Christy White, but we do want to put out an RFP. So that means we'll have different firms respond to us and then going out to see who else is out there.
Good evening, trustees. So the next agenda item is the 23-24 financial audit and the Measure T audit. Every year, districts are required by law to review the annual audit in a public meeting to review the financials from the prior year. So this evening we have Marcus Simas from Christy White, or CPA. He will be going over the presentation and any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Will I be able to share my screen or will it be displayed there?
You should be able to share your screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, and just to confirm, you're seeing my screen in the boardroom, correct?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you,
All
Marcus.
right, thank you. Okay. Hello and good evening, members of the governing board. My name is Marcus Seamus, as Nadia mentioned. I'm a supervisor here with Christy White, and tonight I'll be presenting the audit results of the Mountain View Westman School District, along with the Measure T bond program for the year ended June 30th, 2024. Before I hop into the results, Nadia let me know that we do have some new board members, so I just wanted to give some background as to how we conduct our audits. We split the audit up into 2 phases. We first have the interim phase, which usually runs during the spring. During interim, we'll plan the audit, complete a full risk assessment for the year, and test the district's internal controls. We also complete a majority of the state and federal testing, as well as the attendance testing. Now, once the district closes the books and we've been provided the unaudited actuals for the year, we then move on to our year-end testing, which is the audit of the financial statements. This is when we perform the substantive testing of all the balance sheet accounts to ensure that the amounts reported in the financial statements are fairly presented. So we're testing areas such as revenues, accounts receivables, and payables. We're looking at cash balances, long-term debt, and also capital assets. Now, as auditors, our responsibility is to express opinions about whether the financial statements prepared by management with your oversight as the governing board are fairly presented in all material respects, in conformity with US GAAP. In the audit report provided, we expressed opinions in 3 areas, the first being an opinion on the financial statements, and then an opinion on the district complying with the federal and state requirements. Now, our opinion on the financial statements can be found on page 1 of the audit report. We issued an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion, meaning that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the district as of June 30th, 2024. Next, we have the report on internal control over financial reporting with government auditing standards, which begins on page 68 of the audit report. No opinion here is given, since that would fall outside of our scope, but we are required to note if any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses were identified during our audit. And as pictured in the slide, no deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting were noted. We'll move on to the opinion on federal compliance. The major federal programs tested this year was the ESF discretionary grants and the child nutrition cluster. Again, we issued an unmodified opinion and no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in federal compliance were identified. And lastly, we issued an unmodified opinion on the district's compliance with the laws and regulations of the applicable state programs. Again, no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses related to any of the state compliance procedures were identified during our testing procedures. On this slide is a listing of all the state compliance procedures that were applicable to the district. We tested attendance, instructional time and materials. We went over the LCAP, Prop 28 expenditures. And the big one this year was the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP. It was the first year that this program was under audit. And whenever something new rolls out, there's always a little bit of confusion or disconnect between, what the CDE wants, what the district and school sites are doing, and then the documentation that we need as auditors. So there was a bit of a learning curve, but we got that all figured out. And lastly, a summary of our results can be found on page 77 of the audit report. It lists all of our opinions, whether any findings were reported, which federal programs were tested, and if any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses were identified. And the last page I want to highlight in the district audit report is the summary schedule of prior year audit findings on page 81. This is the last page of the report. We are required to report if any findings were noted in the previous year and whether they were corrected in the current year. There was only one finding disclosed last year, and that was related to the comprehensive school safety plans. 3 out of the 3 school sites that we selected for testing had their safety plans approved after the March 1st deadline. And after our testing of the program in the current year, our firm determined that the corrective action plan provided by district management has been implemented and the finding did not roll over to the current year. All right, and that concludes the financial audit of the district portion. Any questions before I move on to the Measure T bond building program? None? Okay. So for bond audits, there are two categories of audit procedures that we follow. For the financial audit, we are, of course, auditing the provided financial statements and evaluating the internal controls in place. For the performance audit, we're taking a deeper dive into the bond program. We're reviewing project and personnel expenditures. We're testing any contracts that went to bid to ensure that the district is in compliance with the bidding requirements, and the testing of change orders that were approved for the year. For the audit of the Measure T bond program, we issued one opinion on the financial statements. In addition to that, we issue a report on the internal control over financial reporting, as well as a report on the performance. Our opinion of the financial statements of the Measure T Bond Building Fund can be found on page 2 of the bond audit report. Our opinion is unmodified. The financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective position of the Measure T Bond Building Fund as of June 30th, 2024. In regard to the internal control over financial reporting with government auditing standards, our firm did not identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses during our testing of the Measure T Bond Building Fund. And our last report is on the performance audit in accordance with government auditing standards. We tested approximately 29.3 million of non-personal expenditures, or 67% of current year Measure T Bond Building Fund expenditures for validity, allowability, and accuracy. Included that the sampled expenditures were in compliance with the terms of the Measure T ballot language, the district approved facilities plan, and the applicable state laws and regulations. Again, we did not note any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses during our testing. And that concludes the presentations. Are there any questions related to the audit report or the bond audit report?
Could you just talk a little bit more about that last part with Measure T and the performance the sampling of the specific spending and looking at that against the ballot language? Like, could you just talk a little bit more about what that process looks like?
Yeah, so during our planning, we'll determine a materiality and then start to take a look at all the expenditures over that threshold. So that we're looking at the expenditure, we're looking at the internal controls that were in place to test those to what's actually happening at the sites. So if there's supposed to be, 3 signatures prior to an approval of an expenditure, we're making sure that those 3 signatures were captured before the expenditure was incurred. We're also looking at the bidding requirements. I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head how many bids went how many contract went to bid this year, but we're looking at that. We took a representative sample of that. We also looked at any of the personnel expenditures that were recorded to the bond building fund to make sure that they're either 100% they're only working on that solely, or if there's any sort of percentage that's being split between that and the general fund, that I guess it's not being spent on anything administrative that's falls outside of that.
So I have a question. I guess I'll say it a couple of different ways. I'm really trying to understand what these audit reports are measuring within the district, and our district has run into some financial issues recently, and those are really not reflected in this audit report. And what I'm assuming is that the audits that you perform are looking for something different than, I don't know what you want to call it, negligence or whatever, in expenditures. So, yeah, could you explain a little bit more in words exactly what the purpose of the audits are? And I'm more interested in the district financial audit report.
Okay, so on the district side, so as I mentioned in one of the slides, so our job is to express an opinion on the financial statements as a whole. and whether those numbers represent fairly I would say, the financial position of the district as of the end of the year. So when we're looking at, let's say the revenues for the year, we're looking at any grants that were coming in, whether they were properly recorded. If we're looking at expenditures, we're just making sure that they're following their internal control that were set in place by district management. Now, as far as, of course, we can't test 100% of those, so we are limited to our materiality thresholds. So there may be things that you believe are maybe not allowable that on our end are following district procedures. And there are just some things that just fall outside of our scope. I'm not entirely sure if that answers your question or not.
I think it does. And what I see in some of your numbers too is that the monies that a district receives come from various sources, and often monies are regulated in how they are spent. I'm so much more familiar with the Measure T and the how those monies are spent because I've been in those committees, and I'm sort of sensing that the district audit report is a similar kind of exercise. Right?
Absolutely. So a lot of there was a slide where I went over all of the state programs. A lot of those are tied to funding. So while the reason for the testing is to make sure that they're following all of those state guidelines and requirements for receiving those grants.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions, trustees? Any member of the public like to speak on this? We have one in-person speaker, one online speaker.
Marcus, if you close your presentation screen, we can see you a little better in the boardroom.
Okay, thank you and good evening. So I'd like to comment on the particular report on bond performance, particularly the page 13. It states here, the results of our tests indicated that the district in all significant respects expended Measure T bond building fund only for the specific projects approved by the voters in accordance with the Prop 39 and outlined in Article 13A, Section 1, B3C of the California Constitution. So, and I'm going to read the summary of Prop 39 for those who are not familiar. And this is the one that's relevant to my comment. It says two things: authorize bonds for repair, construction, or replacement of school facilities, classrooms for projects evaluated by schools for safety, class size, and IT information technology needs. Okay, those are the three categories that are stated in Prop 39. And then the second one is to ensure that before they vote, voters will be given a list of specific projects their bond money will be used for. So these are the two things that are directly related to my comment, which is next. So this is more of a question to the auditor. I'm not sure if he's going to answer my question, but here you go. So did you actually look at specifically the outdoor learning project, if this was part of the specific projects approved by the voters? So I'm going to say this again. This project has evolved to a 15 million project as we speak. The ballot measure language, master facility plan, and community mailer do not contain outdoor learning in the list of projects. Okay, and I do not see, I can read to you the ballot language. It says to provide safe modern classrooms, art science labs at neighborhood schools for quality of education, relieve student overcrowding, replace aging roofs, inefficient heating, HVAC systems, upgrade, acquire facilities, sites, equipment. What I do not see is anything that specifically says outdoor learning. And I do not think that this project falls under the categories of the three categories I mentioned before. I'm gonna say it again: safety, class size, and information technology needs. Those are the ones under Prop 39. It's listed here. So I'm gonna reiterate my question. If a project is not part of a category is eligible for Prop 39, and it wasn't in the list of specific projects communicated to the voters, what is the legality of this outdoor learning project in terms of bond building fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garanathan.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the questions you were asking President Lambert of the auditor and kind of reiterate your point that it seems like the audits that we are doing are sort of syntax checks, but they don't really check for the substantive problems that we've had recently, including things like inappropriate contracts, abuse of credit card spending. I think we need a different level of audit, maybe a supplementary audit in addition to what we're doing with Christy White to look for reasonable spending and judicious use of student funds. And I don't know exactly what that looks like or who we would hire to do it, but it seems like there's a real need for it. So we don't see the same problems happen again that we've experienced. So I would ask the board to look into options for getting that kind of audit. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one online speaker, private.
Hi, and thanks. I don't have any prepared remarks on this. I do want to, I guess, reiterate what the last two speakers have said and ask the board to look into that further. I think that a lot of things were obvious to us as parents who were looking into this, that the financial controls were not in place. For instance, lack of signatures on important documents like exceptions to expense reports. That's one side of things. Another question I have that I'm hoping the board can address, I know you can't answer me directly tonight, but maybe we can address this in another meeting, is the way that the audits are presented to us. Under California Education Code, and I'm going to try to read the reference here for you, 41020 F2. States that we should not be using essentially the same auditor more than 6 years in a row. Now, I know that that can vary depending on who the lead auditor is or if the partner of the audit firm. There's some exceptions there. However, in reading the audits from Christy White, it is very difficult to discern who the lead auditor is. So I'm wondering if you can please make that more apparent to the public moving forward so we can have a little more, we can give a little more faith and credit to these audit reports. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more speakers. I have comments from the board. Trustee Conley.
I actually had a question. I think it would be helpful for our general public if perhaps you could outline for the public how the master facilities plan is linked to the bond language and then also to the Measure T bond overall and how that's reviewed within the audit report. And that might be a Dr. Westover question instead.
So Christy White would not be looking at our master facility plan, but they would be looking at the bond language to make sure that the projects that we're undertaking do correspond to the bond language. So even if something was in our master facility plan, but it did not correspond to the bond language, we would not be doing the project. But the way the bond language is written with the guidance of bond counsel, the items that were in our master facility plan were in the bond language. I think sometimes when it comes to bond language, it's written very broadly to cover multiple different areas. And as the needs of the district change, the bond program changes over time as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry, sorry.
This may be a little, just to clarify, this audit went through June 30 of last year, and right?
That's correct.
And for the Measure T projects, they would have looked at things that have already been spent, right?
Correct.
Plan.
Everything in the previous fiscal year.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have Ms. Bongo, did you have something to say?
Let you know that it's an action item, so if there's.
Yeah. Thank you. One of my comments is, I've seen these audit reports come every year, and I'm not a financial person, so I think I've misunderstood exactly what they were and what they covered. And I was just assuming that, all the processes that were going on within the district for financial accounting were taken care of and assessed. And just pull out one thing that's happened recently, say the credit card reviews. Um, Clearly, there were errors there, and also clearly, this wasn't really the responsibility of this auditor to look at the details at that level. And I do agree that we need an auditor who's making sure that the monies we receive in the district are spent according to their proper purposes, including the Measure T bond money. But I also, think we need a second eye looking at our internal processes, looking at best practices, sort of, giving advice at a more detailed level or granular level. I don't know what that requires, what kind of auditor one retains for that, but I think that would be a good idea to go through that, have that done.
Maybe the auditor can speak on this. I think that there's an issue. Well, there's a lot of issues here, but one is that your job is not to opine on the wisdom of an expenditure or whether but is it legal and is it done right? Is that fair to say?
That's correct. Yes.
So I could use some examples, but I won't. But the point is that I think if you're looking for your auditor to do that, you're not going to have that except for just all those. I mean, this is a process that does in many districts reveal lots of problems, right? People, you see this where they're spending money in a category that they shouldn't, or their books don't balance, or all those kinds of things. We don't have that problem, right? So, well, I guess you're questioning your auditor about something that's sort of different than what our problem is here. And I guess I gently suggest that once burned, twice shy. And so I don't have any worry that we will have this problem again going forward, right? I think that it's been hard enough, embarrassing enough, and now you've built enough sort of internal checks, and you understand that you have to watch this stuff, and I have every confidence that you will. We're building a lot of systems, right? We've got the contracts. You've heard a lot. We spent a long agenda item on this. I think they may not have people may not have confidence in what we did, but they should certainly have confidence in what we're going to do, right? And I feel like there's been a sea change in sort of those processes. So we always solve the last problem. We'll solve the last problem here too. But you're gonna move forward in a good way on this. And we do have FCMAT coming in. They will probably say the same thing that Mike Fine has said all along: is stupid is not illegal, right? So that's what you're dealing with here. And I'm not sure. What can I say about stupid? That's a community thing, right? You're going to have to sort of make those kinds of decisions going forward, and you're going to have the information to do it.
Thank you. Any further comments, Trustee?
Yeah, I mean, my question was exactly about about FCMAT, that I think my understanding from reading other extraordinary audits by them is they are not shy about expressing their opinion, but also have a wealth of expertise and knowledge in the internal controls and processes that school districts specifically, because that is their specialty, and the checks and balances that need to be in place. And I'm very much looking forward to that process.
And for, just so people know, that was supposed to happen this month. We received word that they're not going to do it. The first 2 days, I got something from the county office that they'll start, they're scheduled to start the 5th and the 6th of February. They're busy with Southern Cal and the fires and things like that. So, so I think the public should know that.
Any additional comments? Okay, do I have a motion to?
So I think the process here is that you have to move that you accept the audit, not that you get to approve it or anything like that. It's sort of different than approving it.
So, do I have a motion that the board accept the 2023-2024 financial audit report and Measure T audit report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Henry and seconded by Trustee Reed that the board accept the 2023-2024 financial audit report and Measure T audit report. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to item H, discussion, board bylaws and board policy updates.
Okay, so I think the way that I would like to do this is that given that we have this recent Title IX rule, the advice we've been given is that we go back to revert to the 2020 Title IX regulations. So what staff recommends is that that you not approve. Okay, wait a minute.
That's the next item.
Okay, all right. So let's talk about there's I think 3 or 4 policies here. Yeah, and then Ms. Housen, you'll help me on these as we go forward if I screw it up. Okay. So let's see.
Technology suspension.
Yeah.
Governing board elections.
Right. So let's do governing board elections first, which is you pay everything but $200. We did some calculations and it's $21,000 that we paid for the folks who would like to, who want to run. That's right. So that's the fiscal implication of this policy. So I think you should, that I think is the biggest issue associated with, do you want to continue to do that or what? I think you just, that's, unless you, yeah, if you've got more on this.
I guess I'd personally be in favor of keeping it how it has been in the past, of the candidate needing to put something in, but having the district pay the rest. I think it encourages people to run. It makes that not a barrier. Otherwise, if you're in a district where even Sunnyvale, I think it was 30, or I think ours would have been 37. Well, I guess we can 200 times 7 plus 21,000 of what it would have been for the full cost per person, and that ends up being a burden on that candidate to raise that money. Even if you end up with no competition, you have to put it in, and you might get it back. But I'd be in favor of just kind of keeping things as they have been, with rather than going to paying the whole thing. Just not to. I don't feel the need to affirmatively change it.
Okay, unless, in the interest of time, if you all agree with that, we can put that on consent with that number, I think. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, other policies here.
Suspension and.
Yes, the suspension and expulsion. My recommendation, after talking to some of you, is that you approve this tonight and that you look at having some members of your group go through and see if there are, whether you form a board policy review or some other process, if there's language that you'd like to do differently, that you meet and then bring it back to do that process. We need a roadmap to do this in the short term, and we should update our board policies to reflect the legal world that we live in.
President Lambert, may I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 10:15 so we aren't quite so pressured? Smart, is there a second? I make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Henry. You did? Okay. To extend the meeting till 10:15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes with trustee Conley, trustee Henry, and trustee DeFazio, aye, and trustees Lambert and Reed, nay.
And then off of that, I was going to ask if we would consider creating a board policy committee. That's something that we've talked about in the past and I think would be really helpful. But I agree with approving what we need to do to be in legal compliance tonight. I think that's the important step to take. But I am in favor of creating a board policy committee to dive into things more closely.
So, since that hasn't been agendized, we'll bring that back next meeting.
Yeah, like
That this could be one of the things they work on.
yeah, I think I mentioned like earlier that I'm not in favor of like diffuse responsibilities. I think having like people focused on doing that, and I think right, staff would bring us back some options for how to structure the committee and what the recommendation would be for that. But yeah,
It's usually just an ad hoc committee of 2 people. That's it.
This is actually on as discussion.
Right. So we'll bring this back on consent at next meeting. And then the committee can look at any modifications they would make to that up-to-date policy.
And I would suggest that if we're going to put something on consent, that it be this version of the policy that says that it's redlined to
Yes.
just have what we need to change and not do kind of all and just do that version for consent next time and then look at it more.
As opposed to the old and the.
As opposed to the totally new. So there's like 3 versions here.
Oh, yeah,
There's,
so you want the 2.
I want, yeah, the one that's just redlined for what we need to.
Just the red line. Okay, fine.
Why is the employee use of technology on this?
Yeah, there was an interest in potentially having some, see if there was a way to integrate artificial intelligence into that policy. So go ahead.
Sorry, that was me. So it looks like just even looking at additional, just, comparing the 2 kind of manually at my binder. To me, this applies both also to the student use of technology, but also just looking on the CSBA website about these policies in particular. These new versions really are just about including AI. And so I think, to me, if we're going to adopt these policies, we really, CSBA also has like a whole roadmap of how to think through what to do with these policies. And they come with exhibits of acceptable use policy and, academic honesty policy and kind of like a package thing to look at. So that's why I asked to not have them on the list of things to approve as consent and to hear. I felt like I've been hearing from some of you about having interest in kind of digging into this issue more. So that's why I raised it.
I would recommend it come back on consent for now, but also perhaps go to the policy committee. But I think we're just going to have to, we haven't developed our own AI roadmap as an organization. That's a whole separate agenda item. So it's sort of like, do we get a baby framework in place that does have some calls out for other things, but then we really do need to dig into this issue. I just don't know if it's going to happen this spring, frankly, with everything that's going on. It might be our new superintendent who's going to dig into it. And I don't want to wait 6 months to have some sort of policy update.
I do see that. I just seeing that at least for instance, this sample policy refers to an academic honesty policy that we don't have. So I think at least having that package, if we really do want to go for kind of all the recommendations of CSBA, but I also think, I don't know, maybe people do feel like what's in that policy, what's in the sample policy is a positive. I guess that's what I'd kind of like to hear from all of you about whether what's in this sample policy is kind of is broad enough that you feel comfortable adopting it kind of as written by CSBA and then revisiting, or if you kind of want to have a better understanding of what the implications of what the language in it would have for a district with that, rather than putting it in policy and then trying to figure it out afterwards.
I see, and this is, sometimes you put in a policy because it forces you to do the work. It forces you to develop all of those documents that we don't have yet, which is why I'm not opposed to going ahead and adopting it, because it forces hand. Like, then we actually have to, have the things behind it that need to go with it. But I still don't think it precludes us from a deeper and more thorough discussion of how to approach AI and technology as a district. But I'm comfortable with whatever the majority wants to do. I'm not hung up on this. I'm just kind of sharing my perspective.
I think also with some of these that are on for discussion now is a compliance issue. Some of our policies are dated, and so we're out of compliance. So approving them now to get to compliance and then revisiting them and rehashing and reworking and customizing later would help solve our immediate issue of not being in compliance.
Just to be clear though, I think of the general sense of the things we are updating now as a batch to get in compliance, bring them back to, the potential policy subcommittee. But I don't want to lose evaluating the difference between having it as an ad hoc versus a standing committee and what those trade-offs would be for us as a body, because I think those are important questions that we'll discuss, I think, when we get there, but I want to make sure we kind of lay them out.
I would recommend that you have a standing committee of two of you to do this work. I think you develop a sense of what they're like, you read them more, you develop some board expertise on it.
And I think generally these policy updates are going to come in a regular cadence.
Yes, we're doing exactly what I didn't want to do, which is jam you on something, but I am sort of, this would be 2 meetings and then a third, but I think it's just important that you get there. I also want to, I get Ms. Henry's, your desire to sort of get this thing right, but now you're making another sort of goal for the district driven by sort of a bunch of bureaucrats in Washington and Sacramento that tell us, and then we could do that instead of some of the other good work that's going on. So it's just that's why you get into these board policies, it gets really tough.
I guess that's why I think I would be in favor of kind of leaving that policy as is without introducing AI into it, unless we're prepared to do the other stuff to look at it. I think there are other people seem to disagree, but I think to me with the policies, it's really important that we distinguish between which things are changes that we need to be actually like have a legal risk if we don't change it, and which things are things that are true, like kind of just things we want to do in the district. And if so, I guess that's what if adding in the language that CSBA has as a sample language on AI has a compliance effect, then I'm totally fine with that. But if it's more, they think a lot of districts are thinking about AI and this is their sample way of putting in of maybe this is one way you want to think about it, but there are other ways to think about it. So I just really want to make sure that on any policy that we change, we know why we're changing it.
Okay, that's super helpful for staff, I think. So I'm okay with if we don't we punt this one.
Well, I think that what's important with the AI language here is talking about confidentiality. And if you are using it, that you absolutely know that you may not enter anything confidential into AI, which I think is where that liability piece comes in.
I'm wondering, Trustee Henry, if you can point out to me which things you're really because when I think of compliance, I'm looking at an acceptable use agreement. I believe we already have an acceptable use agreement. Like there may be things that you're worried that we have to create that we already have in place.
Well, I know that we have one, and it's in the note here, I think, with a plan to update that along with this. So I guess if this approach is, I mean, is comfortable for people, the specific language, then that would, I guess, be the other thing is, I think this policy comes with an exhibit of an example one, and just for somebody to compare that to, I mean, I think there would be a plan to, we would have to update our acceptable use agreement. And so if there's whatever needs to be updated about that, that exhibit would be a helpful reference. So I do definitely see the point of the needing that if people are using the stuff already, then, and they are, then making sure that the things like the confidentiality are addressed. So I see your point there.
We ask folks to sign an employee every year to the acceptable use. And so this is a good, and those things are checked every year and updated as needed, both legal and otherwise. So I'm sort of waffling here, but I think you should just go ahead and do this and let us figure out the implications of it in terms of administrative regs and other pieces that we have to do.
Yeah, well, that brings up a topic to me that comes up with these. I'm reading the technology one right now, but also with a big long list, is that I think these policies are in general very, fine. The real challenge is in the detail when the paragraphs that start off, the superintendent or designee shall establish an acceptable use agreement or some other process to ensure compliance. And to me, that's the real challenge. And we never talk about those kind of things. We sort of assume they're being put in place, but I've never heard them come to the board level and be, okay, so how are you implementing this policy? I think that rarely happens, yet I think that should be one of our focuses. So maybe the policy committee, that's something, could be on their charters.
Right, and as we say, after you pass these, we look at the administrative regs. And so maybe that's another thing that the committee can at least
sometime,
yeah.
What is?
Yeah. And I will tell you, having been in another district and gone through hundreds, so you think this is hard. This is like, if as you read it as superintendent or designee, there's just so many things that are expected there. And so some of them are just very bland language. The superintendent will do X or designee. And it's just, you couldn't do them all, frankly. So I guess what I'm saying is I think you should put this one on consent as well.
Well, let me ask a clarifying question first, is that this is a discussion item, which says that the action here is recommended that we approve these policies.
Yeah, no, we wrote that wrong. We should have said after discussion. I think we should have said it's recommended that the board of trustees, after discussion, bring these back next back. So,
Trustee Conlon.
I was just going to say, I also have an idea of who might be interested on the board policy committee, which will be refreshing because we couldn't get enough volunteers in the past.
Let me take time for a public comment. Do I have anyone like to speak on this item? See one in-person speaker?
Okay, hello again. Let's see, let me get to the right. Okay, so I have two separate issues to bring up on the subject of board policies. Issue number one is that I still do not see board policy on travel and expense reimbursements. I brought up this issue last year to the board, to Dr. Skelly and Dr. Westover. And at the last board meeting, if I remember correctly, Dr. Skelly did say that the district will engage in an analysis to examine all the recent expenditures and take whatever steps are recommended to make sure this never happens again. So now my question is, when can we expect our district to conclude or even start the analysis and have a clear and comprehensive policy that will apply to both the district staff and board on this particular subject, which is again, travel and expense reimbursements? Issue number two, this is related to issue one that I've mentioned, which is the fact that in the former superintendent's contract, he was supposed to get approvals for all from the board for all his out-of-state travels. It's listed, it is stated in his contract. I submitted a CPR request for any communications between Dr. Rudolph and the board for, or at least the board president about approval requests for all his out-of-state travels. The result of the request was basically there were no such communications for something that's in the contract. So for almost 10 years, he was freely able to do any out-of-state travels, including egregious ones with five-star hotels and business class flight to Europe. So my question is, where was the board president's accountability on this? This was, to me, an epic oversight failure. Should have been a policy. It was never there. It was never even in the district policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see one online speaker who is no longer there.
So to answer your first question, that will the budget advisory committee met yesterday, and they were the first reviewer of the travel and expense policy. They reviewed it and have a version that we'll bring to the board meeting next time on June 30th. Okay, this is a discussion item. I think we are in a good place, right? I think we'll bring these back as on the consent agenda for next time.
Okay, so I'd like to move on to item, I guess, 10I.
Yes.
It's brought down from the consent agenda.
Yeah, so we had a speaker on this item and mentioned the question of the Title IX regulations. We recommend that you pull the ones that are related to Title IX, which are policy 410, policy 1312.3, policy 4030, policy 411911, and policy 5145.7. Those all have in there, they're all related to recent or they're related to Title IX, and they have some of this language about gender and sex and things like that. So we think those are, we need to wait on those because updating them when a law just happened is a challenge for us. The ones that we think that are not affected by the portions of Title IX are the ones about married, pregnant, parenting students, and that has nothing to do with this, even though it mentions Title IX in it, it's not, there's nothing that, related to the judge's ruling. And then there's another one, 4033, that's about lactation accommodation. So we recommend that you approve those, and then we pull those other 5 policies, and then the other ones that have nothing to do with Title IX, you approve as well. So that's a long motion, but I think I've got it written here, so you can pass it and we can get it on the agenda or on the minutes.
Okay, trustee comments? Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I mean, my only, I think the Title IX case is definitely interesting, but California law also is actually in some ways even more protective than Title IX. I went to a presentation on this at CSBA at the conference, actually. And so I think when everything shakes out, it's going to be more referencing state law, but I think our state law will hold and is more protective. a- And I hope that's the case.
Any other comments? Any member of the public like to speak on this topic? I do not see any in person and none online. Any further comments? Do I have a motion from the board to approve the board policies listed and on the consent agenda with the policies 410, 1312.3, 4030, 411911, and 5145.7 removed.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed to approve the board policies with those I listed, referring to Title 9 removed. All in favor?
Aye.
Move on. Board updates. Anyone like to give a board update?
I'll be presenting tomorrow at the Leadership Mountain View Education Day. And I shared my presentation with Dr. Skelly. It's very simple. It's just covering kind of the different education institutions that serve Mountain View. And I'm looking forward to it.
Trustee Reed? Nope. Okay, move on to future board meeting dates. We have a special meeting next Thursday, January 23rd, and we'll return to January 30th for our next full board meeting. And with that, I will
9:59.
close the
Congratulations
close the agenda.
to you all.
I see it right there, 31